infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 25. A little bit of a pizza party, a little bit today. We got Benoit over there. We got Donnie Domino chilling here. We got Domino's Pizza. I already got a couple slices on a plate ready to go. See, he's got the blue box, got the red. Domino's got a good deal going right now. That being said, I also have my cherry RC Cola. You know, had to level up the RC Cola a little bit over here, go over the cherry.
The king of colas. Okay,
king
don't
of-
get it twisted. RC stands for Royal Crown.
Royal Crown.
Was I even on the schedule, or did you just invite me because you're having pizza tonight?
I mean, it just so happened that pizza night lined it up with you here. So
Perfect.
you know, and Domino's in particular, like the perfect pizza to have with you on.
Great.
He says that, but you know he's been journaling. I'll show that son of a bitch. You just wait.
No, I'm showing. Nope. We're good. Everything's good. This is
All
fine.
right. Let's go around the room and introduce everyone. We'll start with our guests. We'll start with HMK down in the corner. Welcome, HMK.
How you doing? How you doing? I really wish I was back in Japan right about now, but I'm here. Waiting for Age of Imprisonment that's coming out tomorrow. I'm excited for that.
Oh
man.
yeah.
But it's good to be back.
One of my most anticipated games this year. I'm excited.
I'm so excited.
Then we got N64 Josh.
What's going on? Super stoked to be here. Whether there's Domino's or not, yeah, just chow down on that pizza, bro. I hope you enjoy it, unlike what I gave you. So I really hope you enjoy it
because my chat unlocked an edible for the podcast, so it's going to be even better.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm here for it.
I know you are. And then we got Eric Moore. Hello. Gamer Classic. That's all Eric really tells us. Hey, he's here. Yeah.
What else do you want me to say?
Gamer Classic.
How we doing, people? Glad to be here. It's another day. You know what? Wednesdays have become my favorite day of the week. We got podcast night. We hanging out with friends, talking Nintendo. You know, we got the Zeldas, the Marios, all that good stuff, the Switch 2 madness. I'm also like recently this year got into comic books. I've been buying like some of the Batman comics, and every Wednesday is comic book day. They release a new issue of like the ongoing stories. So my routine is I got work Wednesdays. On my lunch, I hit up the local comic shop, grab the new Batman issue, finish work, get ready for the podcast, and have a killer time. So I'm just happy to be here. How's everyone else?
Hell yeah. Dude, it sounds like Wednesdays are just the best day of the week, man.
Dude,
Hump day.
Most people look forward to like weekends. No, fuck that. Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Nah, ever since I've been out of school and out of college, man, days just bleed together, man. When they're like, oh, looking for the weekend, I'm like, it's another day.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. Yeah, the routine doesn't change much. I have kids, so there's a little difference. They're up my ass more often on the weekend. It's okay. Thunder Sash.
Hey, everybody. Happy to be here. You know, it's same routine as always. Super busy. Oh, man. Just nonstop editing, gaming. The arthritis in the hands is killing me. You know, but we fight through it, right? Because we got to edit these videos. No one else is going to do it for us. Not yet.
Yeah,
oh, man.
You know, if one day someone does it for us.
Yeah, I hope so. Gamebird, I'm inspired by what you just talked about. Comic books.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
That's cool. I like that. You know, growing up, you used to see the new comic books at the store, right? Like the new Archie. You remember the Archie?
Yeah. Dude, are you kidding me?
That's classic, man. That's Game Bird classic.
Totally Game Bird classic. Yeah, I used to have. See, growing up, I never really got into comic books. I had a couple because I was such a huge Ninja Turtles fan, and I actually had some of the Archie's TMNT comics when I was a kid that were themed after the cartoon show from the 80s. Yep, there you go. You got the Zelda Archies right there.
Oh, look at that. And you got Fabio on the back for Wizards and Warriors, man.
It's so
killer,
awesome.
dude. Killer.
I have the first Super Mario Brothers 3 comic.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the Nintendo comics were sick. That was where it was at, but the Archie was cool too. Yeah, that's inspiring. I didn't know they did weeklies. Is that new?
I'm new. I've just been learning about it. So I know at least for like the superhero stuff, I'm only really reading Batman stuff. You know, I've loved Batman since I was a little kid. And they just started a brand new run. It's the fourth time in Batman's history. I'm like, oh, perfect timing. I could start right from here. And I've been going every Wednesday and picking up the new episode, the new issue. But what's really cool about it, and I guess this kind of pertains to video games a little bit, is, you know, I know a lot of us here, we love collecting physical media. A lot of us love buying our games physically. Some of us have moved on to the digital age, but comics is going through kind of the same thing. Like your standard floppy issues is kind of a dying thing. The sales aren't really there. They're doing like full runs in one book, you know, that's kind of like more like a graphic novel or digital comic books. So it's kind of fun to support this, and the art's so cool, and it's something to look forward to each week. So I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I might have to check that out.
Yeah.
So thank you for inspiring me today.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm Nintendo Prime, guys. What the hell's going on? Welcome. We're gonna have a good stream today. I can feel it in my nutsack.
Nice.
All right, we got some killer topics today. I think it might get a little fiery. I'm looking forward to it. So without further ado, I guess let's get to the topic stuff. You know what? Let's have Stash go first this time.
Oh,
what do you want to roll, buddy?
Me?
Yeah. You couldn't be. Then who?
Ah, jeez. You know,
you haven't gone first in a while.
You know, let's go with topic 3.
Oh, of course.
Wait, which one's topic 3?
I knew.
That's what I was gonna pick.
Do you
This
want a
is
game
about
bird?
to be some funny.
No,
ass
no.
shit.
You could take it. You could take it.
We probably should do topic 1 before we do topic 3. Kind of leads into it, but
Probably.
that's okay. All right. So we have stash on topic 3. Bird, what do you want?
Let me see. Let me look at the topics again. I was like, I didn't think anyone was going to pick that one. I apologize. I made a slight. Don't read it yet. Thunderstash. I did make a slight edit to the notes for topic 3.
Oh, you're good. I downloaded
Just-
mine to Microsoft Word a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, let's just say there's been an edit. You might want to read.
I'd prefer
Okay.
you to use my edit. It's just a small tweak.
Okay.
I haven't read it yet, but I'm going to laugh when it happens. I'm sure.
It's stupid. It's just a small little tweak. It's nothing. It's nothing crazy. Okay. I will take. I'm gonna have fun. Let's see. Let's start with I'll take Switch 2 is reportedly transitioning quicker to digital sales than Switch 1. Actually, scratch that. I'm gonna do a dealer's choice. Sorry, I'm all over the place.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let's
Talk. Yeah, dealer's choice. Do I announce it now or do I announce it when it's my turn?
Whenever you want. It's your choice.
I just got 3 words for you. Metroid Prime Beyond.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. All right.
Okay.
I'll take topic 1 then, since we have to get topic 1 out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, we got to get that one done before
Yeah.
we can do stashes. So
Yeah,
I thought
delays
Eric was
my
gonna
pizza
pick that
eating,
one.
but, it's whatever.
it happens. And then that leaves me with the transitioning. Wait.
No.
Wait.
Your
Wait.
you?
No, the
This
Switch
is a
2
big- this is a
reportedly
big
transitioning
moment.
quicker.
Oh,
Is that why you grew
I
a beard?
thought you were announcing this live.
Yeah, no.
yeah. I thought this was going to be a big moment.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll go ahead and just do the topic 1 right away, and then we'll go to stash and go back around. Because topic 1 has to happen before topic 3 can. Which means I have to be on top of my shit. So let's go ahead and get the financials open. That's what we're talking about. Nintendo's financials.
Hey,
There is a lot.
how about this?
What?
I'll take the financials. You take topic 3. You eat your pizza. I'm waiting for Michaela to get home.
Oh,
Eat some pizza. You eat
okay.
yours while it's hot.
Oh, cool. And you can do your share screens. I'm gonna. Okay, cool.
All right, let me get this bad boy
Yeah,
then.
there's a whole
Hold
bunch of
on.
links and stuff. So yeah. All right, so Stash will do that one. So I'll read Gamebird's little.
We're all over the place today. I like
We
it.
are.
It's pizza night.
It doesn't, dude.
We're tagging him.
You might.
We're tagging him.
It's such a small tweak. You might not even notice it. That's all I have to say.
I'm the one who wrote it. I will notice it. I know when it's something I didn't write.
Let's go share screen.
I'm gonna like read over it. I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck? Anyways,
I was gonna say if Nate starts randomly laughing during the middle of the topic, you know why.
yeah.
Okay. Can I make this bigger? View, zoom.
This is top tier podcasting, guys.
Yeah, what is wrong with my PDFs right now?
Well, I don't
Come
know why
on,
you
baby.
can't do- Yeah,
There
why
we
isn't
go.
it- There it is.
I don't know. You know, the stuff's not where it's supposed to be. Windows has done a couple of updates in the last like week or two. Everything's went haywire. Stuff's not working. OBS, all sorts of junk.
Welcome to Windows updates.
I don't know, cumulative updates, some bullshit. All right. Second quarter financial results and corporate management policy briefing for fiscal year ending March 2026, November 5th, 2025. And, you know, might I add, November 5th. November 5th, 1955. It's the day Dr. Emmett Brown invented time travel. Okay, important day.
I thought you were going to mention that today. I'm like, he's bringing it up. I
Of
know
course,
he's bringing
thought about it all day, man. All right, thank you for attending. I am Shintaro Furukawa, president of Nintendo. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing. And I'm not actually him, so please don't get that twisted.
I swear, if you read this whole thing, I'm going to take a nap quick.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so some consolidated financial highlights here. We're making, Nintendo's making more money. Okay. That's basically what this is. I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts of this because this is a 61-page document. Okay. But money's up. Things are looking good. Let's move on. All right. Hardware. Again, these numbers were out all over the place today, being shared right on social media. If you wanted to know the numbers months ago, all you had to do was follow Paul Gale because he knew the numbers before they would come out. Dead on as usual. So right now we're at 10.36 million Switch 2 units. And that is up to, what was it, September 5th?
Yeah, it's the first 4 months. Yeah, June, July, August, September. Yep, September 5th.
Yeah. So not to be confused, there was a tweet that went out by the largest video game site ever saying that it was the first 6 months. Okay, so don't get it twisted. That's not real. It's fake news. Okay, it's 4 months, and so 10.36 million units. Right. Software 20.6. Obviously, things are up. Things are looking great. And let's see. Sales of Nintendo Switch hardware came to 1.89 million units, and software was 61.56 million. So Switch still selling. And again, look, we've talked about this a lot here on the podcast. They still have the price drop in the back pocket at some point in time. So wait for a little bit. There is going to be a day when that comes. And that will be interesting to see what happens with the record once they bust out the price drop. Okay, so the forecast has all went up. So again, not going to get the nuts and bolts. This is a good thing, though. Nintendo had forecasted X amount of Nintendo Switch 2 units. I believe it was 15 million. What are they forecasting? 19 now? Does that sound right? Either way, awesome. Yeah, look, 15 and 19. You see, that means I read information and I take it in because I have not looked at this, but I read this and I carried on with my day. Software. Previous forecast was 45 million. We're bumping that up to 48. So there's a percentage comparison. Again, when that 15 million number came out, and guys, we all talked about this on the podcast, and we all made our own predictions, right, of what we thought they were going to get. Do we think they're going to reach that 15 million, or do we think it's going to be more? I don't recall what everyone said. I know I went over. I said around, I believe, 18 to 20 million. Nate, did you go over or under?
I think I went slightly over.
Good. Eric, I'm pretty sure you thought there was going to be more, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was the most wild one out there.
I think you were too, and I like that.
Yeah.
Game Bird, yes.
Yeah, I forget what I put. I know it was over 15. I feel like it was somewhere between 16 and 18 is what I was. It was somewhere around there.
I think so too. Yeah, sounds right. Josh, what about you? What were you thinking on this?
Ooh, I honestly thought higher. And I'm not surprised by these numbers at all, honestly.
Yeah, same. HMK, what about you, man?
Honestly, I was in the ballpark of maybe a little under what was reported, but I was I had no doubt in my mind that was going to be in this type of ballpark, but I kind of undershot it, so that's where I was at.
All right. Well, hey, it's a win-win for everybody, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is great to see. I'm sure third parties are are loving this because you got to imagine that all these developers, the big wigs, are all looking at this too. Are like, oh, dude, this is great, man. Look how fast they're building this install base, man.
They're salivating at the opportunity to put their games on Nintendo right now.
Accessory companies too.
Yeah,
they're like, dude, we got to hurry up and figure out how to make these Joy-Con 2s. No third parties came to the market yet with their own third party Joy-Con 2s.
The race is on. You know the race is on.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, we got to do it now.
Yeah, we already saw it with all the like the carrying cases and everything, and the grips. Right, we already saw how that went down. Some of them fit, some of them didn't, because they were all racing to get there as quickly as possible, capitalize on that money. So it's all good to see. This is good stuff. All right, dedicated video game platform business. So, Furkawa made a point to say he'd like to shift to our dedicated video game platform business, primarily focusing on Nintendo Switch 2. There's some interesting points in here. I will read some of this. He said, Nintendo Switch, which launched in 2017, had developed unique and diverse new forms of play for over 8 years. Based on the concept of play anytime, anywhere, with anyone, it has served as a dedicated video game platform that combines the features of both a home console and a handheld system. Consumers around the world have embraced the Switch for 3 different play styles: TV mode, handheld, and tabletop. For this reason, we felt it was important for the successor system to expand and evolve the unique characteristics and potential of Nintendo Switch. We also recognize that with expanded processing capability, we can further support developers to bring more of their new and innovative ideas to life. So, of course, he's referring to these games that really push the envelope that would not have been able to run on Nintendo Switch, right? And again, with this in mind, we designed Nintendo Switch 2 to be a more powerful hardware platform built upon the strengths of Nintendo Switch to accommodate the creative ambitions of software developers. And so this is kind of a look inside, like why we did what we did, why we stuck with the same form factor, and why it wasn't necessary to reinvent the wheel. Okay. Now, yeah, there's some different things, right, about the Switch. And again, we have the mouse Joy-Con mode, which I think everyone's going to really understand how cool that is once they play Metroid Prime 4. But again, there's not been a ton of games that have really taken advantage of that. But that is an innovation while maintaining the same build and the same format. But really, this was about power.
Just you wait until they bust out Mario Maker 3. That's when the Joy-Con mouse control is going to really take off. Watch.
You're right. You're dead on about that. That's going to be so huge to have that. And that just means
one more
are going to spend time making games on Mario Maker, which is great for me because I don't like to make them, but I love to play them.
Absolutely. And I want to throw out one more. Pikmin, guys. Think about what they're going to be able to do with Pikmin as well with this. But I agree, Statch. I think Prime's going to be
that's a good pick,
catalyst. Yeah. Stoops. Prime's going to be the catalyst. You're right. That's going to be the one where like it's the proof of concept. A lot of people haven't gotten to play that Prime demo like you got to play and experience. So, I mean, I know you can do it with Cyberpunk, but the big draw is going to be selling a lot of the hardcore Nintendo fans. Like, oh crap, this is the next best thing. So
100%. Yeah, so this was cool that this was mentioned, right? And again, I don't think any of us really needed to understand why they did what they did. We knew this. We've talked about it. It makes total sense. This is Nintendo to Super Nintendo. This is N64 to GameCube. More power is what we need. All right. Nintendo Switch 2, the new standard for Switch moving forward. This was a big one. Moving forward, software development will be centered around Nintendo Switch 2. And they go in a little bit of detail. And again, this kind of reiterates all the cool things about Nintendo Switch 2 and the games you can play on there. And they're still going to make games for Switch 1. I will say that. That was mentioned in here. But the main focus is on Nintendo Switch 2, which is important. All right, so Nintendo Switch 2 cumulative sell-in surpassed 10 million units as of September 30th, and expanded production due to demand exceeding expectations. Again, they're still doing the lottery system in Japan, which, that's awesome. Also kind of crazy. But again, this is the first year, and this is the first holiday too. We're going into the holiday season, so it's going to get crazy busy for that as well. Now, again, it's been mentioned before, and I know, Nate, you've mentioned it on your live streams, or not on your live stream, but on your videos, probably your live streams too. But sell in is what you sell to the store. That doesn't necessarily mean that someone came home with it, but if you use your brain, you'll know that Switch 2 is going home with somebody. Okay. If you go to the store and you swing by the video game section, like I do every time I go to any store that has video games since childhood, because you just have to stop by there. If you happen to see a Switch 2 on the shelf, that doesn't mean it's not selling. That means somebody might get lucky today and be able to take that home because it's going to sell really quick. So I look at selling as the same. It's sold to the store. End of story. Counted as a sale, baby. All right. So since its launch in June, Switch has seen strong sales, again, surpassing 10 million. The system is already in the hands of many consumers worldwide, and we believe we are maintaining positive momentum heading into first holiday season. We all know how important the momentum is. And, momentum's not something that you can show on a chart. You can show it with sales, but it's something that's felt. And the hype is real. The hype is real going into the holiday season. So it's going to be exciting to see, what the numbers are when they come out next year, when the financials come out, so we can see what those holiday numbers are. And again, they mentioned that some regions have had ongoing product shortages, and they do mention throughout here that they're going to try to move things around if they can to meet those demands, which is not something that they typically do. All right, Mario Kart World. Again, much has been said about Mario Kart World. It's been interesting, right? I love it. I don't know about you guys. Are you guys all enjoying Mario Kart World? You got no beef with it? Josh, I know you love it.
I like the game. It's just that, I've been playing other games like lately. It's just too many games to play.
Dude, I'm 100%. 100% with you. Yeah, I get that. I don't play it every day, but I also don't play games with no clear ending every day. Because if I did, I would never get anything done as far as reviews, right? That's what I do. However, my feelings and sentiment towards Mario Kart World hasn't changed. I still feel the same. I love it. I absolutely love the music every time I turn it on. I'm just like, dude, this music is so good. It does put a smile on your face, which again, Nintendo's reiterated all throughout this that, hey, dude, that's our goal. We're an entertainment company. We're not just a gaming company. We're an entertainment company. Our goal is to create smiles, and that's what it does. And I still think that 100% long term, Mario Kart World is going to look drastically different than it does right now. And again, it's only a matter of time because this is evergreen. And again, we talked about this about a year and a half ago. The importance of Mario Kart World getting into everybody's hands because it is a marketing tool. I still believe this. This is how you market your other IPs. You put a Donkey Kong Cup in there, a specific Donkey Kong Cup. You put cups for other games that are coming out, or you put characters into Mario Kart, and you make these. I don't know if you make it paid or not. That's up to Nintendo, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of paid DLC. But again, this is how you market all of your IP to everyone who has a Nintendo Switch 2. And again, 9 out of 10 people have played Mario Kart World, and that's for everyone that has a Nintendo Switch 2. And they worded this carefully because that doesn't mean 9 out of 10 people that own a Switch 2 own Mario Kart World. But they've played it. Now, I don't know how close the number is that actually own it, right? Because I'm sure they've sold a boatload of bundles. But people are playing the game, and that's what matters, especially when you're using this, if you are going to use this as a marketing tool, right? We care if you play it, because that's how we can market directly to you. Nintendo Direct makes sense. Okay, again, we released Mario Kart simultaneously with Switch 2 as the first new installment in the series in approximately 8 years. I don't know about that, guys. 8 years? I'm looking at 11 years.
11 years, yeah.
The Wii U years.
Wii U 2014, Mario Kart 8, yeah.
Yeah. I don't count Deluxe as a new installment.
It's not.
It was a great game. It did its job damn well, but it was not a new installment. All right. So yeah, it takes full advantage of Switch 2. We know this. 24 players. Yes, awesome. And just as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe became the most played title on Nintendo Switch, we aim for Mario Kart World to become an evergreen title for Switch 2. So,
I mean, that's a given.
Yeah, this is all the stuff we've talked about, which is great.
Yeah,
all
the game's gonna double in size this generation.
It is.
You know, it
is, man. This is about one world we're playing in right now.
Yeah. And they'll legit do the DLC name Worlds. They'll just add an S.
Yep.
Sells itself.
World.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. And it's like classic
That
Nintendo,
Mario Galaxy movie's coming up. Watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect marketing. There's just so much opportunity when you get Mario Kart World into the hands of everybody, which is, again, that's literally their aim for a reason. DK Bonanza, right? So this is going to be interesting, I think, for all of us to see how this works out, because, again, we haven't seen Donkey Kong, even 3D Donkey Kong, but any Donkey Kong be the main attraction, the main single player experience from Nintendo right out of the gate. Okay, this has been reserved in the past, obviously, for Mario or his brother Luigi or The Legend of Zelda. But now DK's up in here. So I'm excited. I'm sure you guys are too, like, just to see what this is going to look like years down the road and how evergreen DK Bonanza can be, especially if we get a DK movie, which I expect it. They talk about it a little bit in here, right? There's two movie slots with a question mark after Zelda. Come on. No, it's Donkey Kong.
And Pikmin.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
The Metroid movie.
Kirby.
I'd like to see Metroid. Metroid could be very good. I think it's perfect for a movie or even a TV series. All right. So July 17th, we released DK. Worldwide sell through 2.6 million units in the first 12 weeks. Title leverages new capabilities of Switch 2. Blah, blah. Yes. It's awesome. People are enjoying it all over the world, including longtime DK fans. And yet another iconic evergreen title for Switch 2. So again, yeah, it's off to a great start. Can't wait to see where it's going to be down the road. Upcoming first party.
I think they're going to get a nice little boost over the holiday, DK.
Me too, dude. I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, they'll get kids will open the bundle with Mario Kart, maybe Pokemon, and then you'll have DK right there. You know.
Well, and today Nintendo dropped their first holiday commercial, and they featured DK.
Yeah,
that was a cool commercial. We should play that later, if we can. Can we?
I don't think we can because of the music.
Ooh.
Well, I don't need to hear the music. That music sucked anyways.
Yeah, but we have an audio version of the podcast. It can't just be 2 minutes of silence.
Oh,
We can all hum. Maybe we can harmonize.
Exactly. All right. Upcoming first party titles. So yeah, tomorrow or what in a couple hours here? Yeah, this time zone bullshit. I am so sick of this. I live in Arizona. I don't play these time zone games.
Yeah,
we don't play it over here. Yeah. All right. So
the US is working with it, so sucks to be you.
that means another 2 hours and 20 minutes if I wanted to download this digitally. However, I'm picking it up physically tomorrow. But for everybody else, is anyone buying this digitally?
It's a big ass digital game. It's like 44 gigabytes, and I'm like,
yeah, that's precious space.
Yeah, but I'm like, everything is there, and then like because like that. This goes up to the other point that we're gonna be making later, but like, is the Switch like? Yeah, I have a case, and then the case has like space for all the carts and whatnot, but it's just so convenient just to have it all in the thing. But then I look at a big ass game like that, and I'm like, do I want to waste like 44 gigabytes? It's not waste, but I mean, like, you know what I mean.
I know. You don't. Yeah, I'm not going to. You don't want it to be context. We know.
You don't want it to get to the point. I feel like because I never added an extra terabyte of storage to my PlayStation 5. I just have like the standard.
I still gotta do that. Like, there's so many games.
Yeah, I need
like,
to.
All right, you're gone.
I need
you're
to
gone.
as well.
Like,
yes, it sucks every time you pick up a
I'm about
new
to check
game.
how much space I have on my Switch
You're
right
wondering,
now, man. I'm
well,
fidgeting here.
I want to play this new game, so what am I going to sacrifice today? Who's
later Tekken 8
walking the plank in a minute?
Yeah, I've had to do that a lot recently with Switch 2 and with PS5 with all these new games coming out for review. And
yo, what is taking up so much space on my Express card? What the?
I have a
hold up
another 1 terabyte on my PS5, and then I have a 5 terabyte external hooked up to it, and I'm having to shuffle things around. So I got about 7 terabytes.
Yakuza 0 is 45 gigabytes. I'm about to delete this.
You didn't know that?
No. I just downloaded it and I was like, all right.
It's that digital life, baby. That digital life.
Yep.
Just collect SD cards.
That card's looking good for Age of Imprisonment. That card's looking real good right now.
So we got that tomorrow, guys. That's super exciting. Kirby Air Riders, November 20th. And I guess, hey, since we're here, are we planning on picking this up?
Oh, Kirby Air Riders? I'm gonna be playing that game all day, every day. As soon as you know how long I've been waiting for this game. I play Kirby Air Ride religiously. City Trial is literally one of my favorite game modes, like in any type of video game. And when they turn that into Smash Run on the 3DS version of Smash 4,
it's fun.
Nah, Kirby Air Ride, goodbye. Like that's Nintendo's so out of their mind releasing Age of Imprisonment and Kirby Air Riders in the same month, and then we're getting Metroid Prime days after Air Ride. They got me twisted, man.
I know, dude.
I'm gone. No one call me. Like Air Riders, that's my game.
Roughly what, 31 days, right? There's 30 days in November. We're getting Zelda IP, Kirby IP, Metroid.
Pretty wild.
That's sick.
Right off the heels of DK IP and Pokemon IP.
Right?
Yeah, dude.
I'm still playing ZA right now, and I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to like finish it like on a good basis because Age of Imprisonment comes out tomorrow, and that's gonna consume my life. Just too many games, Nintendo. What are you doing?
There's a lot. There's a lot, and if you're a multi, platform owner, this is just absolutely sickening, insane. I can't remember a time that it's been this busy, but it is really fun. All right, so you're gonna go on the ride. Josh, are you going to go on the ride?
Oh, 1,000%. The moment we went hands on at PAX, that was game over, right? And I think everybody that gets to try it next weekend and the following weekend, It's just that you're in the same boat. If you've never played Air Riders before, like this is going to be your opportunity. Don't miss it.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Can you tell everyone about that?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have the times up in front of me. I can pull them up, but like it is Nintendo, you know, it's very Nintendo beta test, so you've got to be available at their certain times. Some of them are
It's like the Drag X Drive global jam that they did where we all got to play it early, test it out. Same thing, right? With Air Ride.
Yeah.
So when is that happening again? Like on
it's the 8th through the 9th and the 15th through the 16th. And I was just hoping, here we go. Here's their
Damn,
page.
so that's this weekend, huh?
Yeah.
That's right after Age from Prisma comes out. Nintendo's out of their minds, bro.
Yeah. Here we go. Global test ride. Oh, of course. Why on earth would it have given me the UK page?
Okay.
So,
so it's like Central Time, November 8th, 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., and then 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. And then November 9th is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Let's see. November 15th is 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. or whatever. November 9th. I don't know. These dates are all fucked up, but you get the idea. Those are kind of rough times.
It's fun. I did it with the Dragon Drive. It was a good time. It was easy to get in. I'll definitely do this too, even though I already played it. I'll jump in for a little bit.
I've been saying all along, it doesn't show as well as it plays. So as soon as you try it, if you're on the fence, if it doesn't become a day one purchase, I'll be surprised because I was sold immediately.
I'm totally good. I have got my fill. I'm just ready for the full game.
Okay, cool. All right. So we're all getting it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. However, I won't be buying this one at launch. I'll be getting it around Christmas time.
You're gonna be a month behind, man.
That's okay. You know why? Because I'm gonna be living it up in a couple other titles. Dude, there's so many games. I've got a big family, so I especially lately, I've had to choose my time really carefully. I know like ZA has taken up so much of my bandwidth. I started Dragon Quest 3 because I've never played a Dragon Quest in my life, and I'm having a blast with that.
Glad you're starting.
Hyrule Warriors is coming out. Zelda, my favorite series of all time. I'm going to be wanting to play and mess around every inch of that game to completion. And then we've got Prime coming. So I don't know, man. It's just too close. It's too close to Prime when I have a lot on my plate, and I've gotten a little bit of my fill with Mario Kart World. I know they play differently. I know the kids are going to love Kirby Air Riders. I've got to space it out. I got to choose my time carefully. So this is a definite for me. It's just a definite Christmas for me.
That's fair. There's clearly a good amount of strategy involved in that decision that you made. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I do. You can't play everything. And then especially for you with bandwidth with the fam. So totally get it.
And don't forget, there's half a Switch worth of Amiibo that you can pick up as well.
I was hoping we weren't going to even bring that up today, but yeah.
My bad. Sorry. Moving on.
And then, of course, Prime, December 4th. Everyone's going to be there.
Day one.
We got a lot coming up, though. Like Animal Crossing. Michaela, of course, loves Animal Crossing. When I got up in the morning, I saw that there was a trailer. Went into her office, turned on the TV. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, just wait, just watch.
Yes.
She's like, "You're not gonna put on something scary about the world ending or something, are you?" I'm like, no. This is the complete opposite. You'll be fine.
If it was the perfect time for Animal Crossing.
Right? But yeah, she was pretty excited about it, and I explained to her. I said, "Babe, they're adding a feature in here that this is why I bought it on GameCube, and it was because of those NES games. That was legit why I bought it on GameCube back in the day when I was working at EB Games when I bought it. That's how long ago it was." But she's hyped. $5. She's like, "Yeah, but is it gonna be expensive to upgrade it?" I'm like, "It's $5. Come on, man, that's nothing." So really cool. Happy they're doing that game.
Yeah, I gotta say, you gave me such a wonderful thought about the next Animal Crossing title, Animal Crossing Apocalypse. It takes place after the end of the world, and it's you rebuilding again.
Oh yeah, and
Todd's still paying Nook.
Just
Yeah, still paying Nook.
another apocalyptic Nintendo game.
well,
Yeah, you get like the cool kind of Road Warrior attire, you know?
what if you could get maybe some sort of collaboration with the Fallout 4 release? On
That'd be
Switch
fun.
too. That'd be so sick.
Yeah,
Using
that
Pip-Boy.
works.
Yeah. So yeah, look, this is pretty packed. That we got January Animal Crossing, Mario Tennis Fever, which I honestly I think this looks really cool.
Looked
I'm
good.
quite excited
Looked
for
fun.
it. Yeah, looks like there's a lot of strategy in it with all the different rackets.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Right? Yeah, I'm
They
optimistic.
also got me excited last time, and then the single player was a huge letdown. So we'll see.
And then Mario Wonder, Switch 2 edition.
Keep
All
going.
within this time frame, we're gonna have the movies. soon.
Whole name. Come on.
Oh, Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 edition, plus Meetup in Bella Bell Park. Love it, dude.
That's my
Oh
favorite
my
game
God.
title of all time.
Okay, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. And again, the art style looks really
He's
cool.
just losing his shit over there.
The way you said it is just like, all right, man, what is this game? Like the mysterious book. What is that?
Well, the art style, okay, the art style looks cool. I'm gonna totally
It
give
does.
it flowers there. But you know, Yoshi's always been that test bed, right, for different art styles.
Yeah.
Ever since really
World of
Yoshi's
World.
Island on SNES with
Yeah.
that beautiful. It still looks great today, the art style on that.
Oh, it's beautiful. Little storybook style.
Yeah, I just look, man, I've said it before, Nate. I think I've replied to your tweet before saying it sucks that I feel like Yoshi peaked in 1995 on Yoshi's
Yoshi's
Island.
Store? Oh, Yoshi's Island.
Definitely not Yoshi's Story. I bought
Whoa,
Yoshi's Story.
whoa!
I bought
whoa.
Yoshi's Story the day it came out on Nintendo 64 at Best Buy.
And it was
I
peak.
came home and I beat it in like an hour and a half. I'm like, dude, this is
You got to replay it. You got to go through every page and unlock each level because there's 4 levels in each page. You got to play all the levels. It's like an arcade game. You got to play it multiple times.
dude. When I was 12 years old,
you got to get the melon run.
I was not
Like-
I was not pleased with the amount of money I spent for the amount of time that I got.
What about Yoshi's Cookie?
Yeah, what about it? Yoshi's Island is peak.
It was a great item in Paper Mario.
Yeah. Look, I just want what I want is what will never happen. So I don't even think about it. Right? I want something like Yoshi's Island. And it's always it's going to be an easy ass game. That's fine. You know. They're never going to
Do
put
a
a hard
spin-off.
mode in there.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's
do
Yoshi.
some Yoshi spin-offs like Yoshi Crisis, you know?
Yoshi. What the? Is that a Dino Crisis reference?
Absolutely, dude.
That's actually that's another great crossover.
Like whenever you control Yoshi in a quote unquote difficult game, it's always someone else's game. So that's the reality of what Yoshi's going forward.
Yep.
You know,
If
if Yoshi's gonna have
they
like
nail it.
different moves, it's gonna be in a Mario game. If Yoshi's out here fighting people tooth and nail to the death, it's gonna be a Smash game. You know, but his own game is always gonna be cutesy easy because that's what Yoshi is.
Yep, it is. It is, right?
Mhm.
Okay, next we got Pokemon Pocopia. Is that enunciation correct?
I think it's Pocopia.
Yeah,
I think it's
I said Pocopia.
I think it's Pocopia.
Pocopia, yeah, like Utopia, like so, like Pocopia. Ugh.
All right, so yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, we're spending a lot on pronunciation.
Pokemon
game.
Farming Simulator.
I have like literally no interest in this at all.
It's Poke
Good.
Crossing.
That game is going to print so much money, guys.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Be
Oh,
honest,
yeah.
it really
Yeah.
good.
If
Dude,
it doesn't
they-
print money, they really fucked up.
Yo, Japan is gonna eat that game up. Like
This is one of those titles. Like I'm obviously super opposed to any sort of Nintendo game having a cash shop in the menu, but this feels like one where it's like,
Yes.
is there gonna be like,
Probably.
is there gonna be some sort of a shop in here where you could spend real world money? Because I don't know.
I hope not. Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave,
Such a good name.
and Splatoon Raiders. This is just what we know for right now. Of course, Nintendo is going to set the table for us again next year. Probably
3D Mario,
two
let's
more
go.
times with directs. Yep.
Unless you're Poppy Prime, who says that game's not coming until 2028.
Yeah, Nate for 2028.
Yeah. I can't wait to win that bet. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think like if anything, maybe late next year or even 2027, because they have to do something to like either around the time or within a year of the Galaxy movie coming out. Like, because that's just like that's easy money right there. Everyone's gonna be talking about Mario, and then the game is out, and I doubt they're gonna try and like circumvent all that into either Galaxy 1 and 2 that's already out, or the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Because 2027, they are absolutely lining up something Zelda related, not just only for like the 40th anniversary, but for the movie as well. So it's 2026. I don't know about 2028. Nah, it's 2026.
I'm team 2026 as well. I agree, HMK.
Because I think 2028, that's Smash. That's gonna be Smash.
All right.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Again, we've talked about this before. 2028. That is crazy, crazy talk.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what that guy's thinking.
I've already clearly explained this. Do I need to go over it again?
I mean, it's not going to make any more sense this time around.
See, that's the thing. You're a very logical person, Stash. This team has never developed two games at once. They just got done with DK Bonanza, and they made DLC for it.
Yeah.
So, years away. They don't have Mario
cross-train new employees. Same
Check
thing
it
I
out.
said before.
3D Mario in collaboration between Nintendo, EPD, and Capcom.
Why?
Because Capcom made Goof Troop. That's what.
I trust Capcom.
Well, yeah, I like Capcom. I just don't know why Nintendo.
Hey.
No. I'm just
One of the best
spitballing.
platformers ever right here. Yo, Noid, Capcom, baby.
What's the team that did Astrobot up to?
Team Asobi, like being eaten by PlayStation, by Sony SIE.
I was only kidding.
No, they make an amazing platform. I love Astrobot so much. That game was.
All right, I'll briefly touch on this. So, Switch 2 titles from third parties. Nintendo is saying that this is the largest third-party software lineup for a new Nintendo hardware ever. And again, if you guys tuned in for all the episodes that we did for the Nintendo launch history, just based on what I've seen so far, knowing that Nintendo counts their launch window, sometimes that's 9 months, sometimes it's the first year. Either way, based on what's came out and what we know is coming out, yes, I completely agree. It's facts. So Cyberpunk, Deltarune, Fantasy Life, Hogwarts Legacy, you got Tamagotchi Plaza coming next year, Madden, which is doing numbers on Switch 2, Story of Seasons, Exit 8, Silksong, 2K, FIFA, not FC, Hades 2, and what is this game? What is this game? Right here. It's the Hades 2.
Next,
we can call the Japanese text or whatever.
I know that. I've been seeing a lot. I don't know what the name is, but I've been seeing a lot of promo for that.
Yeah.
When I was in Japan, but
Very
that's
colorful box
definitely-
art
Mhm.
or promo art. I like that. All right. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Again, we played that. Played it at PAX.
I'm excited for that.
I played the crap out of it on PS5. I'll be playing it again because this is a monumental release considering the history. And dude, Dragon Quest. My God. This game looks so great. I cannot wait to play that.
There is a new alternative ending as well.
Yeah,
They announced that today.
I
think-
saw and I didn't want to see that.
Well, I mean, they didn't tell you what the ending was.
I
Yeah.
know. But it's
It would've been yeah, I understand it being a surprise. I get it.
it would be cool. Yeah. Yakuza Kiwami. So we're getting a lot of Yakuza. Obviously, we got Yakuza coming out on was it 13th? We got Yakuza. Was it Kiwami 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
1 and
Yep.
2, and then
Obviously, we
there's the first
already had
Kiwami game
Zero.
in like more than 3 years, more than 10 years.
Yeah, and then we got Yakuza Kiwami 3 Dark Ties coming. So a lot of Yakuza. And again, we all talked about this. That obviously we know the game plan is to release all the Yakuza games, and it makes a lot of sense. Sega will make money. Fans will be happy. Resident Evil, same thing. Right? I mean, this is all stuff we talked about. That all of the Resident Evil games will be coming over. And that bundle, what a deal.
Oh yeah, and they're the gold editions of the games too.
Yeah, that's a big deal because we all know DLC is not cheap. And so to get all the DLC for Resident Evil 7 and 8 plus Requiem for $89, and it comes in a nice like box set case for the 30th anniversary of Resident Evil. Dude, what? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. $10 each. Monster Hunter. Look, this looks a lot bigger and better. It looks like they're really trying to, again, based on what I've seen, but even what Capcom has said, they're trying to make it on par with the scope of the mainline Monster Hunter games. Are we interested in this one?
Yeah, for sure. It looks much more mature than the other ones.
I was
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
into Monster Hunter, so like
I'm not a huge Monster Hunter fan, but I did dabble with Monster Hunter's stories 1 and 2. I really enjoyed them for what they are. They're not perfect games, but what makes those games so special is the turn-based combat system with the monsters, and the kind of rock paper scissor system is really, really cool. It's really fun, and you could combine ultimates with the different monsters. It's just a really fun combat system. So seeing them go a bit deeper with this one, having a nicer art style, it looks like they're leaning heavier into a more dense and substantial storyline this time around. I mean, this might have the makings of a great JRPG. So I'm all in.
It might,
so
yeah.
far. Yeah.
Now, I picked up Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2. I haven't played them. I picked them up maybe in the last couple of months because they're on the list of games, of course, that are performing better on Switch 2 that are running at 60 FPS now. So I was interested in that, and it was on sale. So, yeah, I got some catching up to do there before 3 comes out, but I'm excited for that. Elden Ring Tarnished Edition. Again, we played this at PAX, and I think it's going to be just fine. I platinumed it on PS5. I played the heck out of it. I don't know that I'll have time to do all of this all over again, depending on how many games are coming out around that period for review. Is anyone diving in for the first time?
I would be. Yeah.
Kind of.
Nice.
Kind of. I do own it on PC, but I only played for like an hour. So this will be like my first time really, really diving into it.
oh
yeah,
you guys are
totally.
in for a treat.
Big treat, yes.
When I like finally got because my friend group is like my close circle of friends they're like they're really into Soulsborne games, right? And then I only played a couple before I dove into Elden Ring, but I got into Elden Ring like a month after they all started playing. But when I got into it, I'm like, bro, I could not put that game down. And like my friend says this, and for those that haven't played it here and in the chat, if you've never played Elden Ring, that's the game that he's like, bro, I only paid $60 for this. Like it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like as you keep going, and it's such a good game. I'm excited for that. Like I'm probably gonna double dip for Elden Ring on the Switch too, because I absolutely dismantled my file on PS5.
I want a double dip. I do.
I can't help it. It's a Souls game. I love Miyazaki. I love his games. I think Elden Ring is one of the most important games of the generation, alongside Breath of the Wild, for what they've done for the industry and how they moving and pushing game development forward. So this one's going to be extremely difficult for me to resist.
Yep. I agree with you on all fronts there. And then the Duskbloods. So
Duskbloods.
You know, it's not on the list.
I gotta hold on.
Oh, I know it's not on the list.
I gotta throw something out here quick. So the Duskbloods. Someone reminded me today, because we have this mystical power of manifestation of things that happen on this podcast. Apparently, I said this just briefly on a podcast a year ago, and I definitely know that I said it on the live stream. Don't be surprised if From Software makes an exclusive game for Nintendo. Everyone was laughing at me. Everyone was laughing at me.
No, I believed it.
And to be honest, I didn't really know. I didn't hear anything, but it was just kind of like, look, if you're going to get like Elden Ring to come over, why don't you work with them? They made like exclusive games for other people out. It worked out. I'm just saying, it's almost like I manifested it. All right, I'm good now.
Who's
It's
everyone? Because I didn't laugh at you.
No, well, you don't laugh at any of these ideas.
No, it's a good idea.
It's honestly crazy to me.
You did call that.
It is crazy to think about it though. Like, wait, that's the company they're making an exclusive? Yeah. Why be shocked? Do they have platinum games to fucking Bayonetta? So let's not be shocked anymore.
I still find it crazy that another famous From Software exclusive title like Bloodborne and then Duskbloods. It was like, oh, we know what they're doing here. It's just they want to continue Bloodborne, and then Sony's all like, I don't know about that. Do people really want Bloodborne? Yes, they've been asking for it for years, and then they went to Nintendo. It's like, all right, Nintendo, we're gonna make you an exclusive that's definitely not Bloodborne, but we're gonna call it Duskblood. And don't mind the aesthetic almost being entirely like Bloodborne. That's just a coincidence.
I'm very curious about Duskbloods. I was super hyped, and then a little disheartened when I found out it was a multiplayer PvP game.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like a wait and see, just because PvP is not typically my thing. I much prefer the single player experience, or if it's online, at least like team based, where you're working towards an objective together and working together. But I think there was a missed opportunity here. I think the missed opportunity is Konami collaborating with FromSoft and lending them Castlevania and having an exclusive
That would have been sick.
FromSoft developed Castlevania on the Nintendo Switch 2.
And it's funny because like when Duskblood was first being revealed, I'm like, there's no way there's a new Castlevania. Nuh-uh. And then I'm like, oh, it's FromSoft. What?
Right.
One day. Maybe.
Yep.
But what's not on this list? It's not on this list. I'm like, hey, we're missing like the best third-party Nintendo Switch 2 game that's coming to Nintendo Switch. The amazing adventure that's going to be Danganronpa 2x2 Goodbye Despair. Where it at?
It's not on this
list.
I thought you were going to say something like The Adventures of Elliot.
Yeah, game's going to be badass.
Yeah, that game's going to be good.
I was going to say Borderlands.
Yeah, that's not on here either. There's a lot of missing games.
Oh, yeah, Borderlands isn't on here.
Like the indefinite delay is.
Oh, they
making
missed
me
the
laugh.
bus, you know.
That's right. It didn't. It still hasn't come out yet on Switch 2. Oh.
Yeah. They gave him the opportunity.
Oh, Randy.
Always up to no good.
Just
All right.
bullshit.
This was an interesting one. So transitioning to Switch 2, I saw some discourse on Twitter on the way people comprehended this.
Oh man.
Oh, I got to hear this. I stayed away from how they comprehended it. I was afraid.
So 84% of Nintendo Switch 2 players have transitioned from Nintendo Switch. I'm just going to read it how they say it. Or let me go down to the bullet points. Currently, 84% have transitioned from Switch. The high percentage shows that many consumers who enjoyed Switch are smoothly transitioning to Switch 2, allowing us to maintain our relationships with them further. So they don't go into much detail there. So they're saying that of the amount that have been sold, the 10.36 million, players who transitioned from Nintendo Switch to Switch 2. This is the percentage. 16% are new to the Nintendo family.
I think that's pretty impressive considering that early adopters. I mean, obviously, you look at the difference there; it's massive. But the fact that 16% of the sales are people who didn't own a Switch 1 who are excited about Switch 2 and ready to jump on board, that number is going to go up with time.
Yeah, so this is
You know what I
based,
mean?
on the sales, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people on the internet were like, I don't know, I think maybe they thought the 84% meant that of everyone who owns a Nintendo Switch, 84 have transitioned over to Switch 2, which how would that work with 10 million? But that was the interpretation from a lot of people. I'm like, oh my God, this is bad.
From people that you would not expect it from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So 16% though, I think that's important, right? That's bringing new people in to the ecosystem.
Yeah.
This is good. That's a positive. All right. See if we can go a little faster. Fastest selling Nintendo hardware today. Multiple hit titles have emerged early in its life cycle. Yes, we talked about that. Excellent. Moving on. Compelling Nintendo Switch titles continue to be released October and onwards. So yeah, 4 big Switch titles right here that haven't come out yet. Galaxy 1 and 2 are going to sell like hotcakes with the movie. I mean, that's going to really move. Because think about all the kids who don't have a video game system yet. Nintendo is a lot of people's first video game system. If you've never played video games, you're more likely to get a Nintendo first than anything else. Especially if you're an informed consumer. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Like, I don't think parents are buying kids Xboxes. And if they are, they're not an informed consumer, right?
Or a bad parent.
Yeah.
You buy it as punishment.
It's a dying platform. So, it wouldn't make sense. So really it's coming down to, if we're talking consoles, you're not buying a kid a gaming PC or a Steam Deck. It's Nintendo and PlayStation, and this is the console that is a portable and a handheld right out of the box. So there's going to be kids who see this movie and are going to want a Nintendo Switch. And the parents are going to be like, they're going to debate between, do I spend this much on a Nintendo Switch to see if you like video games first? Or do I spend more to get the Switch 2, knowing that this is more future-proof and backwards compatible? So that'll be the dilemma for parents, right?
Yeah. Well, you'll also have influence from you're going to have influence from retail workers as well with parents over the holidays. An example of this, I remember I was a late adopter to the Sega Dreamcast. And I remember asking for a Dreamcast for Christmas. And my grandparents got me a PlayStation 2 for Christmas instead. And they told me, I remember, I'll never forget, they said, I know you really wanted the Dreamcast, but the person at the game store told me that the Dreamcast wasn't doing well and it was going to probably, be ending and not have as many games, whereas the PS2 is the hot new item, is going to have much more games. So in the long term, it's going to be a better purchase. You're going to be getting a lot of retail workers telling parents stuff like that, especially when they don't know and they even ask, like, oh, what? I don't know. My kid's 10 years old. This is his first console. What would you go with? The Switch 2 or the Xbox Series X ROG Ally XS upgrade?
You're right. I think it's going to come down to Switch 1 or Switch 2 for the most part.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to come down to which one. And really, I'm just tying that into hitting or surpassing, PS2, is that many parents are going to have to make that decision on their first console. Do I want to spend this much or do I want to spend more and get them the Switch 2? Either way, it's a win-win because you're either selling a Switch 2 or you're selling a Switch 1, right? But this is going to bring a lot of kids in that want to play this video game. And parents are going to see this as a great value. Even though the gamers, like, what, $70 for two of the top 5 highest rated video games of all time, according to Metacritic? Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are, I think, 3 and 4. $70 is crazy. But parents are going to be like, wait, $70 and I get 2 games? That's a great deal. All right. Supply of Switch hardware will continue if demand persists. So again, we go back to these titles right here. Prime, Champions, Tamagotchi Life, Rhythm Heaven, Galaxy 1 and 2. We'll see if they get anything else. It'd be interesting to see if Nintendo Switch 1 gets fed for Zelda's 40th. Won't it? Because we've talked about that. You said they'd get fed for Mario's 40th. They did. Said they'd get Metroid Prime. Obviously, they did. It'll be interesting to see if they get anything for Zelda next year. Okay, corporate management policy and key focus areas. Up to this point, discussed financial results for the first half and thinking behind Switch 2. From here, I would like to explain Nintendo's management policy and our key medium to long-term focus areas. All right, this is where we get into the big picture stuff. Our purpose, to create smiles through entertainment. Keywords entertainment. Again, not just video games, it's everything. So Switch 2 marks a milestone for us. Management team has taken this opportunity to revisit business objectives. And again, purpose is to create smiles through entertainment. It's been our mission in the past, and this will never change, which I love to hear. Entertainment is always at the heart of our business, and we remain committed to being a company that creates smiles across the world through family-friendly experiences. Great mission statement. The core of our business, Nintendo's unique and original entertainment. And again, like when you read through all of this stuff, I know there's some folks out there who would love to see Nintendo go third party or Nintendo's games all released on PlayStation. Yeah, again, when you understand who Nintendo is and how they operate, if you take the time to learn it, you'll know that that's never going to happen.
Also, if you feel that way, you hate video games too.
Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah. Yeah, you hate the industry in general.
It's just odd. Odd people. Some odd folks out there.
Yeah, we'll dive deep into the odd soon tonight.
Yeah. So They say the
Nintenbyte exclusive.
The pursuit of Nintendo's unique and original forms of entertainment is at the core of all of our business activities. And in the world of entertainment, even the most captivating experiences will eventually lose their novelty. That is why we believe there's a value in being different and a constant need to create new and surprising experiences, which I don't know if it reminds you guys, but it reminds me of the Nintendo difference. Do you guys remember that was, I guess, a big marketing statement during the GameCube era, the Nintendo difference?
I remember it.
Quality over quantity. And I've always believed in that. You know, everyone's like, oh, PlayStation has so many games, bro. Yeah, but a lot of them suck. So who cares, right? Like, quality over quantity. No, like this during the PS1 days, you know? And look, I owned a PlayStation as well, but you guys all know this. I always want quality over quantity. Why would you want more if it sucks? I want a curated amount of games that are great. I don't want shovelware. Nobody wants shovelware. We went through that. The Wii had shovelware.
Oh yeah, the Wii. I was about to bring that up. Yep.
Yeah, we brought it up. I showed a presentation on it, on all the shovelware.
All the pony games.
All the pony games.
The Barbie games.
So many horse games, M&M racing, a Cold Stone Creamery game where you can scoop ice cream with a Wiimote. Like, get out of here, bro.
That's the pinnacle of motion control design, didn't you know?
My Heathcliff game that I got.
Oh yeah,
Field. Yeah,
that's right.
So funny. Yeah. So again, I like Nintendo saying this though, because like this is nothing new if you've been following this for as long as we have. This is them sticking to their guns and not changing, and I love that. Because in a world that is always changing, it's nice to have something that you can rely on that doesn't change. Okay, Nintendo's unique and original entertainment. Now, again, yesterday, right? Last night, we got a new app. More apps. And I don't care how many Nintendo apps are on my phone. People are like, oh, a PlayStation app can do this in one. Why does Nintendo have all these apps? Who cares? Is what they want to do. I don't know, man. I don't care. I got the storage. Who cares?
That just takes the last couple of weeks. I'm like, dude, I can't.
But it was like, who cares? Yeah, the PlayStation app does do it all, and that's great. And and I'm thankful for that. And Nintendo's don't. And
all the pitchforks are coming for Nathan.
But it's like, who cares? I'm just glad. I'm glad they came out with one. What's funny though? How clutch would have this been during the Switch 1 generation when you get on the eShop and it was just such a bad experience, right? Because it was so slow. It's like, man, this would have been really nice to scroll through my phone on an app, right? But it's okay. It's here now. And again, if you guys don't know, for everyone watching live and listening, there's a new Nintendo app. It's the Nintendo Store app. Okay. Movies and videos. So movies, videos, I guess the Pikmin video we got, right? I presume they mean more of that. Maybe they're going to release, I don't know, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show on 4K. And the Legend of Zelda cartoon. Maybe that's what maybe they mean they're going to remaster Captain N in 4K. Bro, I'd be all over that. I don't know what they mean by videos except for Pikmin. Obviously, I presume they just mean more of that. However, I would love to see them bring the cartoons back, but they're probably going to try and distance themselves from that, I bet. Okay, dedicated video game platform. Obviously, that's at the center for a reason because that is the core of the business and everything else branches off of that. And at the same time, everything that branches off that feeds into the game platform, right? This is just a big connect the dot. Everything benefits here from something else. Character merchandise, the theme parks, with the real world experiences, the Nintendo Museum. Nintendo Museum's doing gangbusters.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the most popular museum in the world. Now look, I don't know about all the different museums. Okay. However, for me, for gamers, this is a place to go. Like, if you're a gamer, what other museum would you want to go to? This is like, it's a museum for video games. This is amazing. Nintendo Live, again, the theme park. They're opening more Nintendo stores. There's a lot going on. Business is good.
Stash, I want to pause you. Is anyone hearing a weird feedback right now?
Yeah. Why, I hear something.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I
wasn't
hear
sure.
that.
I can
I want to
figure
make
out
sure
who
I'm
it is
not.
easily one at a time.
It
No,
went
it's
away.
gone now.
Well, there you go. I'm gonna be honest. That sound was making me fall asleep. With some nice
Like white noise.
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was very calming. All right. So, key principles for our business activities is grow the Nintendo IP fan base. And again, to grow the fan base, all these things right here matter. Sell more merchandise, come out with more cool stuff. That grows a fan base. Get the apps. Hope that people that download the apps keep the notifications on so you can keep telling them to buy stuff. Foster long-term relationships with consumers. Great principles to have. How are they going to do that? Home to numerous characters that are loved by people worldwide. And again, who's this guy?
Mr.
What's he
McCloud,
been up
baby.
to? What's he been up to? Has he been on Dinosaur Planet? He needs to come
Yeah,
back to
no,
Earth. What has he been doing? Because I've seen everybody else. I haven't seen this guy in a long time. There it is. The engine's starting back up. Growing the IP fan base by continuing to build trusting relationships. Okay, so they say we have many characters worldwide. Consumers, us, we've helped nurture these characters over a long period of time. I like that. These characters originate from our games, and by being linked to our unique brand of entertainment, they possess a value that cannot be found elsewhere. That's true. Like, that is damn true. We strive to build a relationship of trust with our consumers by carefully crafting and delivering high-quality games that have the Nintendo seal of quality on them. Products and services featuring these Nintendo characters, like Yonoid. We believe that accumulating this trust is what changes people from simply knowing our characters into becoming fanatics of our IP and obsessive. This approach is common not only to our dedicated video game platform business, but also to our initiatives outside of gaming, such as movies and character merchandise. Here's a picture of Dad saying, "Hey, son, let's take a time out from playing basketball and let's play your Nintendo Switch out on the basketball court in direct sunlight. Hopefully you can see the screen okay." And there, that is where long-term relationships are fostered. Building a lifelong relationship of trust with each consumer, maintaining bonds with consumers across generations, father and son. Playing Nintendo Switch 2 out on the basketball court. We believe that our relationships with consumers should not be short-term. I like that. We've all been doing this for decades. One of Nintendo's strengths is that our entertainment reaches a wide range of people across generations. I think of that old lady that played Tetris every day. You guys remember that story? The lady old lady who had a Game Boy, played Tetris every day. I think one day it finally broke.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo, I think, sent her a new one, like a brand new one that they had, even though it had been out of production for decades. Awesome. But that just goes to show, like, you think about the Wii being in retirement homes. You know, it doesn't matter what age you are. It spans literally generations now. And it wasn't like that in the 80s. I'll tell you that. 80s and 90s. Parents, grandparents, they hoped you'd eventually grow out of this. They were nervous. They were scared for you. Grandparents thought video games were total bullshit. You know it. We all experienced it. What do you want for Christmas? Ask for a video game? I don't know about that. You know, they really don't like how much you play video games.
Rot your brains.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'll never forget that. Times have changed, that's for sure. Look, I mentioned this. For example, our idea is a cycle where first person's Nintendo game becomes a fond childhood memory. Later, as a parent, they play Nintendo games with their own children, and eventually, as grandparents, they might spend time with their grandchildren playing with My Mario building blocks or reading a picture book. This connection with consumers that spans generations is what we strive for. Again, like, the Mario building blocks is really great. It's a great idea. Okay, what do kids play with before video games? Right? They play with stuff like that, except it's like Sesame Street characters or Bluey or some other thing that's hot right now. But having them start with Mario and then working their way to the video game system just makes a ton of sense. And it gets them in that ecosystem like that much earlier. It's very smart, very clever. So again, building these relationships over many decades is a core principle. There you go. There's the crossovers. Again, this is what we just talked about. Moving on. They're giving us the same pictures here. 3 times. Okay, annual playing users, 128 million. 400 million Nintendo accounts.
That's wild.
That's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot. NSO members, 34 million. NSO is the best deal for online gaming because you have to pay for it on all the consoles. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo. If you want a game online, you got to pay for it.
Maybe not the next Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. The next Xbox is going to be a PC disguised as a console, possibly, but it's going to be a PC.
This is an Xbox.
They're done with They're done with consoles.
Everything's.
They might put it in a shell for you, but it's a PC. They might try to trick the consumer, which they probably will. They'll trick some people. You know.
Does that number seem low? 34 million.
Well, I think about like Game Pass. How many Game Pass subs are there?
I think it's like 38 last night, but I haven't looked in a while. It may have gone up, but I'm just looking at the install base. The install base versus the amount. Like, the only thing I can think of is that there's a lot of kids that just play Fortnite.
Yeah, and it's just
you
also
don't need
different.
NSO for that, you know.
Yeah, it's Game Pass. It's literally a delivery system for brand new games.
I think this number is going to go up this gen. I do think you make a really good point, Josh, with the Fortnite scenario. I also think a lot of people just weren't confident in Nintendo's online structure or servers for the way games like Smash performed online or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe performed online. And I think a lot of people just opted out. They're like, well, I don't really like my experience online with these games, so it's not worth it for me. Obviously, Switch 2's made leaps and strides in power and performance, and I've only had a creamy smooth experience online with the Switch 2 so far. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but I do feel like that's going to go up.
I think the reason that it also is a bit strange, it hasn't moved much. It's been around that 34 for quite some time. It might have been 32 and it went up 2 million, which, I mean, obviously we're talking about 2 million. That's a huge number, right? But when you think about 154, and the other thing is, do they count a family membership as one person?
It's a good question.
No idea.
I don't know.
The thing is, it's only going to grow if they give a much more compelling reason to get it. Because right now, I would venture to guess most people that have the NSO is just to play online, just to play games online. Like forgetting about all the perks and stuff. As much as we like those classic games, the kind of people that would probably subscribe to play the classic games are also the kind of people probably still playing the current games online. So
well, I'll tell you what. If that rumored or leaked Pokemon MMO is real and it's not a mobile game and it's a Switch 2 or like a Nintendo console exclusive, that's an online only, that's going to get your count up real fast.
It's a good point. Really good point.
Yeah, because I know like the other two, they offer services that are beyond the console, the streaming services and all that stuff that Nintendo doesn't have.
Yep.
So you could sub and be on a phone just because you want to, stream the games to your phone.
Okay. We're going to talk about Nintendo Entertainment Initiatives. Again, movies and videos like Captain N coming out on VHS and Laserdisc.
Oh yeah, Laserdisc.
Look, the movies do so much, viewed by consumers of varying ages and video game experience. This might bring parents back in who haven't gamed in forever. I mean, we look at how Switch did that for a lot of people, a lot of adults. They're like, I haven't played video games in a long time, but I bought a Switch. And taking your kid to the movie. Oh, yeah, I used to play this growing up. Haven't played it in so long. And then you watch it. The kid wants a Switch. You get it for your kid. You see your kid playing it. Before you know it, you buy yourself a Switch. This is good stuff right here. This is how you grow the IP fan base and how you foster long-term relationships with your consumers. And it's going to be exciting to see the Mario movie. Here was a comment that made it into the fiscal report about the film. One comment was received was, I was able to cheer for the same Mario I played with in games as a child, but this time in a movie theater as a parent with my own kids. Again, it's literally what I kind of just said. We're truly grateful that Mario has a role in so many aspects of people's lives and precious time families spend together. Yeah, these movies are very important. So, movie and video game content development structure, rather than simply licensing the IP, Nintendo takes part in financing and is deeply involved in production because they don't want Super Mario Brothers 1993 to happen again. With Bob Hoskins getting drunk on set every day and John Leguizamo getting drunk on set every day. And so they're deeply involved now. And they got actors that aren't going to do that. Shigeru Miyamoto, the GOAT, creator of Mario and The Legend of Zelda, co-producer of the announced movies. That is your Nintendo seal of quality right there. That's their way of saying, don't worry, everything's fine. We're in good hands. Daddy's watching. Launched subsidiaries Nintendo Pictures in 2022, which they are the creator of video content like Captain N, and Nintendo Stars in 2025. And then, it talks about some of the folks involved, talks about Avi Arad with The Legend of Zelda and how Miyamoto is co-producing and that he's been closely involved since the initial planning stages. Again, this is their way of saying it without saying it, that don't worry, this won't get effed up. It's exactly what they're saying. Don't worry. We know there's people online who have said this guy doesn't make good movies. Mr. Avi Arad. Everything's fine because Mr. Miyamoto's involved. That's how you tell shareholders, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. And then October 7th, they released Close to You based on the world of Pikmin. Yes. And then Nintendo Stars is subsidiary responsible for managing film content, blah, blah, blah. All right, here we go. This was talking about building the framework for a consistent release cadence. Possibly a cadence of Hyrule, right? 2023. We got the Super Mario Bros. Movie. 2026, the Super Mario Galaxy movie. So it's going to be out of this world. And then we add The Legend of Zelda. Thank you. I'm getting a delivery. I'm getting a Costco delivery right now of M&M's. Look at this. Trying to fatten me up. $15. That's a great deal. All right. Sorry, folks. Okay. We have 2 question marks now. And hey, looks like the trail's reopened, baby. Got a fresh bag. Okay. So the 2 question marks. Look, I'm saying DK is after Zelda because we already have the evergreen aspect. We have DK out. What do you think's after that? And do you think DK is in 2028? Because we're talking about a release cadence. And 2026 is Mario. 27 Zelda. What would 28 be? Is there a 28 or is it a 29 or a 30? What is the cadence going to be? I think that's the key to this, figuring this out, is how often are we going to get this stuff?
I mean, I think man, I think it's going to be like 1 to 2 year gaps between each project. I don't see them rarely going beyond that 2 year gap. And I think the 2 most likely movies to go what we're going to get beyond Zelda is obviously Donkey Kong standalone movie. We've already got some of those characters casted. Donkey Kong just got his big 3D debut. He was a hit character in the movie already. We have the theme park. It just makes so much sense for Donkey Kong to kind of be the next thing after Zelda. After that, I think there's 2 possibilities. I think the 3rd Mario film. Because there's going to be a lot of Mario movies. Yeah. I think Mario 3 is the most likely. If it's not Mario 3, I think we get a new IP. One of those could be Luigi. It could be
Luigi's Mansion.
They have plans to do like maybe in 2029. They'll have plans to do like around Halloween time a Luigi's Mansion movie. It could be something else entirely. I don't know. Maybe they've got plans for Star Fox. It's a little bit hard like leaving Mario out and thinking what they'll pull from, because Switch 2 just begun. We've seen evidence throughout this presentation, these PDFs, that Nintendo really is weaving all these different sectors. I think they're going to want to line stuff up with games that are big and current. So I really think Donkey Kong and Mario make the most sense. If we get some sort of big Star Fox that reinvents the wheel, maybe Star Fox is something in there. If we get an announcement for a Metroid Prime 5, there's people who have, speculated and rumored and, the little leaks saying that Metroid Prime 5 is already in development or the next Metroid is already in development. Maybe that's a push that they want to make to help strengthen and maybe reboost the sales of already released Metroid games that have come out. But I think DK and Mario make the most sense.
I honestly think that one of those movies is going to be another Zelda movie, because I honestly believe that they're going to do this movie in parts. So I think one of those question marks is going to be like, oh, Zelda, and then Zelda Part 2, whatnot. And like, I feel like we're going to get a bigger idea, like a more concise idea, if this movie is going to be in parts. If we ever get any type of like, idea that this movie is inspired by a particular game at any point in promotion, right? But I think one of those movies is like the Zelda movie after this, especially considering them casting two relatively young actors. I'm pretty sure they're like, okay, this movie, it's gonna do well. 2 years after the fact, the next part, 2 years after the fact, the third part. Like, I think it's gonna be split into 2, if not 3 parts.
Yeah. I love that, and I hope that's, as a hardcore Zelda fan, I hope that's the case, because like having that consistent Zelda movie releases is going to be hype as hell.
Oh yeah,
but this is very unrealistic. But I just want to throw this out there for everyone to maybe give really quick thoughts on. What if and this is so unlikely, would not be a smart move, but what if Nintendo treated the Zelda movies like they treat the games, where each movie is a new legend with a new cast?
Nah, they can't be doing that with movies. Nope. People already are so fickle, and the attention span for movies is like infinitely smaller than that for video games. So they can't be playing around with something like that.
What if it was a show? Think like American Horror Story. Every season is a different American Horror Story. It's the same cast, but they all play different characters.
Yeah, well, like if it was to be a show, then the first season would have to be strong enough in order to warrant something like that. But we already got a movie, so they can't be doing that cast of movies.
I'm just having fun. Yeah. Anyways,
I want to see 3 Zelda movies. I've mentioned this before, but I want to see the Triforce of power, courage, and wisdom. Yeah. Triangle.
I want them to adapt Ocarina of Time and then split that into 3 movies. Where at the end of the first movie, Child Link, the young, I forgot the actor's name, but he's still like extremely young. He finds the Master Sword, and that's when the movie ends. And then part 2 is going to be dealing with introducing and establishing Ganondorf after him removing the Master Sword, and then it'll deal with the first 3 dungeons or first 4 dungeons. Well, like the first section of the adult dungeons, and then the third movie is gonna lead up to the final showdown with Ganondorf, with the last couple of dungeons leading into like probably this whole second half of that movie in Ganon's Tower. That's what I'm thinking.
Wow, I'd be down for it. I will say that. These question marks, though, I think it's DK, right? And I think the other one is very obvious. Obviously,
Me too.
It's obviously Earthbound.
No, it's not Earthbound.
I was thinking Animal Crossing and Splatoon.
The story of NES.
It's going to be Punch Out.
I was going to say Punch Out.
Did
I want Mike Tyson in it, though, in the movie.
Well, exactly. Got to do it too.
He can play Doc.
Well, that would be kind of cool if he played Doc.
Is Carl Winslow still alive, or he'd be a good Doc? I always thought, Family Matters, Carl Winslow. Dude,
Stanley from The Office is the best Doc.
Ooh, Stanley would be good too.
Damn, that'd be so good.
Look at their pictures together. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, he would be. Yeah, Punch Out would be great. Kid Icarus.
I would love a Kid Icarus movie, but I don't think it'll fly. I don't think like General
Well, I
Ansys
mean,
like
it should fly.
See what you did
Like,
there.
I see, but like they're gonna be like, who's Pit? What's going on? Skyworld? Why does heaven look like this? Like,
Well, they've already missed so far. Now, I don't know. It could be in the works, but you need to have a Kid Icarus Hades 2 crossover. That's such easy money right there.
that would
It's
be
literally the same stuff, man. And it's a Nintendo console exclusive right now. Why wouldn't you do that? Any other suggestions outside of, I think we can all obviously see that DK's makes a lot of sense, but anything else realistically, I'd love to see Metroid. Pilot Wings, maybe with Tom Cruise, maybe a Pilot Wings Top Gun crossover.
Wave Race? Come on.
Wave Race, the movie. That'd be sick, dude.
Totally.
Oh my god.
Full on Pikmin movie would be kind of interesting.
You know, Miyamoto's gonna be pushing for it,
Yeah.
but then they're like, no Pikmin.
If it
Honestly,
was
I think
like Honey,
Kirby
I
has a
Shrunk
really
the
big
Kids.
shot of like getting his own movie.
Kirby.
Yeah, I
It'd
think
be an Air
I think I
Raiders
said-
movie.
I think I said this on the podcast before, but I think Pikmin's one of those things that needs to somehow make its way into every Nintendo project, like film project. Even if it's little Easter eggs, you see them in the background. They just fit in all the Nintendo universes, from Mario to Zelda to Metroid. I feel like even if it's a thing where it's like, where's Waldo? Where it's, like kind of like how Hitchcock appeared in every single movie that he made, but it would be like a silhouette or something. They should do that with Pikmin. So every time you go and see a Nintendo movie in theaters, you're kind of like, oh, let's see if we can find the Pikmin in this one.
I like that. That's a good idea.
And I was joking somewhat about Animal Crossing and Splatoon, but Animal Crossing has the audience and Splatoon has the story. I think that could actually be pretty interesting.
It depends. If you make Animal Crossing a drama about this kid who is abused by Tom Nook, what's that?
And
What's that movie?
his best friend Rolled comes around and helps him pump iron. And
What if you make a like Animal Farm?
Or Pet Cemetery?
I always said we needed to know Tom Nook's backstory. He's some sort of mafia member that, ex-mafia member. So we just got to figure out
he
why.
would have been voiced by James Gandolfini, no question, if he was still
Oh
here.
yeah, dude. Rest in peace. Okay. Well, moving on from the movies. Again, we got all the apps. Nintendo has all the apps for days. And yeah, Zelda Notes, Pikmin Bloom, Nintendo Music, Nintendo Today, the Nintendo Store app now. I think the Nintendo Switch app, right? Fire Emblem now, that's an app. The new Fire Emblem game. So yeah, they're killing it in the app game for sure. The more apps, the better, because it takes up more space on your phone. That's the other thing with the PlayStation app. It's just one app that does it all. That's just one icon on your phone. With Nintendo, you're seeing red. You're seeing red everywhere. If you add all the apps, you're constantly reminded of Nintendo. Game apps. There we go. Fire Emblem, Animal Crossing, Mario Run, Fire Emblem, Pikmin, Mario Kart Tour, all those apps I just mentioned. You can almost have a full page of apps for Nintendo, which is kind of crazy. They're available in
Rip Dr. Mario.
164 countries. What's that?
Rip Dr. Mario. It was.
Yeah.
The
Well,
day
and
they
what
make
was that
a
other one?
Zelda gacha is the day I die.
What was the other one that was like the RPG
first
that was
one?
actually?
Yeah. I
uh,
forget.
Oh, they're like it's an original game they made for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I
really
forgot what
good.
it was called.
Yeah.
Damn.
It did all right at the start.
It did. There was people playing it at Lone Depot when I was managing that. I remember people asking me, like, "Are you playing that?" I'm like, I don't play. I don't really play cell phone games. Sorry. But I was happy that Nintendo was, that people were playing it. I was like, that's cool. All right. So cumulative number of unique downloads for apps published by Nintendo surpassed 950 million. My God.
Insane.
Yeah. So obviously we know what comes next. It's going to be 1 billion. Probably on the next one. So that would be cool. But 164 countries that, because you have these apps, you're able to market and showcase your IPs in all these different countries, which, think about it, in the past, if you tried to like run a TV commercial, right, in all these different countries, how hard that would be, how much money that would cost. But you have an app now and it's in all these different countries. It's all over the world. Everyone knows Nintendo. Beautiful. And again, the most recent new app, Fire Emblem Shadows. I have not played that. Nintendo Today. It's there. Do you guys use it?
Check it daily.
I see it every day on my phone. We have habits. We all do. That's how we work as humans, right? My habit is to go on Twitter for my video game news because I get all my news there, right? It's all there. And so I haven't made a habit of checking Nintendo Today. But I see it. But it doesn't translate for me.
You got to pour your cup of coffee. You got to open your iPad so it's more like a newspaper. And then just open that app up and treat it like a dad from the 80s and you'll be set.
Oh my God.
Okay. I can get behind that, actually.
And then go get your comics later and, just keep it rolling.
It could work. HMK, you go on the Nintendo Today?
Oh yeah. Like I wake up and I make sure I check it because sometimes it's like, okay, here's this brand new art, not brand new art, but here's this art from Breath of the Wild that you've seen like a million times. Okay, today was uneventful. And then the day that I don't check on it in the morning, it's like, bro, we got the announcement of the cast of, like, oh, that's crazy. So after I got like caught with my pants down multiple times by this app, I'm like, nah, I gotta look at this shit every morning because I ain't playing these games. Ugh.
Here's what I feel like. I feel like if something really cool happened, I want to talk to people about it. I want to discuss it on social media. And so if I get on social media, I'm going to see it. It's going to be on Twitter and I can talk about it versus going on the app. Oh, awesome. Okay, now let me go on social media and go talk about it. I guess I don't know if it's necessary for me. I'd like to see him do something that will get me to use it every day. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
They got me with one thing. You can port your calendar into it. So now I have a Zelda themed calendar every time I go to check what I have to do for the day.
I did that. Yeah,
and so
I did that.
That's like the one thing. Like if you like looking at your calendar to see your daily tasks, you can have a Nintendo themed one. Pretty lame reason to have a whole app, but
Yeah. Mobile apps that enhance gameplay experiences. Right. So Zelda Notes is obviously a big one, which is cool. It's a really cool idea. It's more lore. I like that. Parental controls, yes. Okay, character merchandise. Good to see. A lot of Pikmin.
I put out a video today talking about the mobile stuff, and I would love it if Nintendo would treat not do away with how they've done things because it's obviously working, but also look at mobile like they used to look at their handheld department, right? And make games that were also companions to games similar to how like you could hook up your link cable to your GameCube, you could you could put Mario Golf into your 64 from Game Boy. Like, I don't know. I love that stuff, and would love to see them really do something to where, like, if I'm out and, you know, like Mario Kart Tour or whatever the case is, if it's, you know, unlocking stuff in world for me, that's way more incentive to play. And
It is.
you know, and Animal Crossing is the perfect example of, like, if it was literally a pocket version of Animal Crossing and I could transfer items between the two, way better. Like, I just love that stuff.
NBA 2K has a companion app, and you can like log in, you can actually play, and your progress on your phone carries to your game, whatever you're linked to, whether it be on PlayStation or you want to link it to Nintendo. And it's a really interesting idea. And obviously I see the angle they're going for, and what you had just mentioned. I would be more interested in doing that with Nintendo games. Like, I'm not trying to play hoops on a touchpad, on a touchscreen.
For sure.
You know, it works to an extent, but it's not the kind of accuracy that I want. And I'm not trying to bust out a backbone and do all this other bullshit, because it's like I only have so much time. We all only have so much time. And when you have a handheld console, why would I be doing that also? But companion apps, I think, are a really cool idea, and I'd be all about that, seeing more. Animal Crossing Crocs. I showed these to Michaela. You know, she doesn't wear Crocs. I don't wear Crocs. I wish they were Vans.
I do
like
now.
The Nintendo Vans they did. Is anyone buying the Crocs?
I was gonna say, are you sure they're not Animal Crockings? No, I'm not, but
I have obviously the Deku tree here. That looks really refreshing, whatever this is. So what, they have Splatoon popsicles? Where are these at? Is this at the park? Canal City, it says. Splatoon X Canal City. And they have churros that are green, red, and blue. What happened here? Why weren't any of us there? That looks like a good time. Whatever happened there, I want to be there. And it doesn't say, of course, in the bullet points, any of those questions I just had. Clearly, everyone wants to know about that. All right, official stores. So, New York, Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, San Francisco. And I don't want to say that word. It's a bad word. But all these stores you can buy merchandise from. They function as a communications hub to connect with fans.
I just don't know how you thought that word gets pronounced to make you think it's bad.
Well, what do people say when they're mad at you? They say this word and then followed by
That's not how it's pronounced, though. That's not how it's pronounced.
Look, say the word. Say it for me. I don't want to say it. I don't swear I try not to swear, but say it. Say this word, Prime. Just
Fook.
Yeah.
And then say this.
Ooh.
Say the letter.
That's not how it's pronounced.
Look, I read it like that's the bad word. That's saying you.
It'd be fuku.
And that's saying okay.
Yeah. Fukuoka. What are we doing?
I don't know.
See, I feel like just mine's too much in the gutter stash. That's the problem.
Try it, Nate. Try it Stash's way.
Yeah.
What, where you have to pronounce the U's in completely differently?
Yeah, say it how it looks.
Say
I did. Word. It's Fukuoka. What are we doing? Do you not know what a U sounds like? Like what?
But you just said it.
I'm over here. Yeah. Ooh. So you wouldn't read fook, and then you get to the next U. You wouldn't say the word U. You go ooh. What do we do?
Yeah, guys, it was definitely the Wii U.
Yeah. Oh, you got owned there, dude. He's right.
You were
It was the Wii U, not the
letter.
Wii U.
You were reading out a letter.
All right. So, yep, the real world experiences. We've talked about these: the museum, the theme parks, the museum. is
Nintendo
selling
Land.
out. Yeah.
I just
Very
got back
cool.
from Donkey Kong Country in Japan. Had to give me one of these.
Nice.
Oh, how was it?
It was amazing. That the Cranky Kong ride is actually a lot more visceral than I expected. I thought it was gonna be like my kitty's first roller coaster, but that it was heavy. It was jerking me around and stuff, and I thought I was gonna die 3 times. Like
it should be, because that's how the game is in the
it
was,
was that's it was as stressful as the games. It was crazy because at one point inside of a building when you're karting, like another cart is approaching you, but then I feel like, oh, there's another person's cart, and then we're gonna do like Dueling Dragons or whatever. But it's like a big ass cart with Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, and Rambi on it, and they were coming at us pretty fast. I'm like, whoa, and then like we got the Indiana Jones treatment where we just went like straight under them and stuff. It was surprisingly. I thought I was gonna throw something out of my socket. Like it was surprisingly like it was like probably my favorite ride of the night. That shit was crazy.
That sounds bananas.
Yeah,
totally, dude. Yeah, it sounds like a barrel of fun. Love it. That is great. Did you do a video on it by chance on your channel?
I have videos, but I haven't put them out yet. Okay. So like that's I'm waiting to.
Because I want to see.
Man, there's
hear
so
from someone
much
who games.
It's crazy.
Did you eat there?
Oh hell yeah! I had that Donkey Kong Glizzy. That thing was pretty good. Like the only thing, the weakest part of that thing of the hot dog was like the obvious Dorito chips, but the cheese avocado sauce was actually really, really good. And the hot dog itself was like more of a sausage than actual like hot dog, so it wasn't like a cheap weenie, whatever. But then the banana sundae that this came in, it was not hot. Okay, so when I was there, it wasn't hot, but it wasn't cold, but the sun was out. So when you're like, there was hardly any shade in Donkey Kong Country. So that really hit the spot. And I'm like, oh, it was like sorbet and banana ice cream and chocolate waffle. And like, I'm pretty sure there were like cookie crisps, not cookie crisps, chocolate Rice Krispies on it. It was just, Donkey Kong Country was great. Like, it was great. I need to go back.
That sounds amazing.
It was awesome.
All right, Nintendo Live 2025. Nintendo Live was in Tokyo. Josh, did you go in 2023 to Seattle?
Yeah, they wined and dined us. We got to go all 4 days. It was unbelievable. It was such a great experience.
That's awesome. That's so cool. I would like to go one year for sure.
You would have loved it, bro. There was a room that was set up like 1980, and it had shag carpet, the TV that I know you have because I just saw your video with your projector, like those old
TV.
Yeah, those old furniture TVs. Everything, the wood paneling on the walls, an old couch, like, and it was just this like 2 walls, and then you walked in, or 3 walls, I think, and then you walked in. It was like walking back into the 80s. There was the NES sitting at set up there.
That's awesome.
That sounds beautiful.
It was really cool. And then you'd walk around, and there was all of like Bayonetta's high heels, like gun shoes, like all this different Smash. Like you would see.
The
Captain
Smash props from the 2018 E3. Is that what they have on display there?
They had those also. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. Very cool.
That sounds so cool. Yeah, I gotta go.
The van from Mario the movie. The van was there.
Oh, cool.
And a Lego Bowser that was like, I want to say like maybe 19 feet tall or something. It was huge, and I believe it moved. It was crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah,
19
very
feet
cool.
is massive.
Yeah, the best part was you literally could go through and compete in Mario Kart, Mario Maker, and then you'd go up on stage and compete against 4 people. And we kept running through, and it was so much fun. They were giving away Power A controllers every time you won, and they had commentators. It never hit YouTube. I don't know why. They had all these cameras set up, and it never hit YouTube. We were super bummed out because it was really fun.
That's cool. They gave away controllers too. Those Power A ones are cool. Like,
yeah,
obviously really cool themed Nintendo IP controllers.
They also gave out flags during like the Mario Kart championships, and I wasn't there for that. So I traded that controller to one of the workers for the flag, like the little pendant kind of flag thing that he had that you weren't picking up anywhere. But I'm like, this has got to go in my Mario Kart shrine. So it was like a Power A controller you could buy at Walmart for $20 or whatever. So I'm just like, he was like, yeah, let's trade. I'm like, sweet.
That was the right call, for sure. Have you guys seen this book making its rounds on social media? I haven't seen anyone open it up, but you can only get this if you go to the museum. Like, they won't sell it online. Obviously, maybe someone will throw it up on eBay, but it's probably going to go fast. And it's like the Super Mario Brothers 40th cover, and it's the Nintendo Museum official book. I think I saw it maybe a week or two ago online, and I was like, damn, that looks cool. So again, 1 year's passed since it opened. Many guests around the world every single day. 500,000 visitors as of the end of September. And due to the large number of visitors, admission continues to happen through randomly selected drawings, which, like, Michaela and I have talked about going to Japan. Obviously, this is right at the top of the list. They're, staying at the Nintendo hotel. That was, the former place that they worked. They want to do everything Nintendo, obviously. And then everything else is secondary. And so I would need to make sure I get to go to this. I can't be doing no randomly selected lottery if I'm flying out to Japan to go here. I gotta make sure I'm actually going. So I'll have to wait for that probably for a little bit.
It dictates your trip, man. You got to have the trip, like the budget ready. Then you win the lottery. Then you get your tickets, and that's the only way I see it happening. Anytime soon, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they opened up a new art gallery exhibiting game development materials and original character art. It's they're doing a limited time light display event starting in December. I'll be interested to see what that looks like once it hits the internet. But you guys can see the picture here, all the original art. I think I see right here. Right here, you guys see where I'm highlighting? This is the Famicom Super Mario Brothers 3 cover. I can see the checkered floor.
Nice.
Very cool.
Eagle-eyed that. That is that's some of the best box art ever. I actually have it in my case over here. Factory sealed Mario 3. Famicom. All right. Initiatives that span multiple forms of entertainment. Mario 40th. The My Mario building blocks. Again, starting the kids very young. Starting them before they're old enough to have a controller in their hands. Very smart. Love that idea. And look, all these cool things. These are cool. Is anyone going to buy these?
Is that a Mario hanky?
Yes.
I've been
pretty cool.
My girlfriend's got a 4-year-old. I've been looking for this, but I think it's all Japan only right now.
Yeah.
Including like the app. Like the app is only in Japan.
They got to get that here.
Yeah. Yeah, because I picked up like a Mario, like what are the little golden books or whatever, what the Mario golden book for, and like
I did too.
A Mario Kart. Like I've been reading that to her at night before she goes to bed. But
wait, they have a Mario Kart golden book?
Not golden. That's like a step 3 and learn to read kind of thing. But I was like, it's Mario Kart, so I'll read it to her.
Okay, just making sure. Try to get that from my godson. All right, yep. So Again, this is all good stuff. Starting them early. Lots of cool things. This is at the Nintendo Live Tokyo event. Set up an area for young kids. Families could experience the products from the My Mario series, and they look like they're all having a lot of fun. This kid is having a great time. Also, he's got a great Donkey Kong shirt on that I would like to get in an adult size. It's very cool.
Yeah, my girlfriend's daughter, for the longest time, could not say Donkey Kong. He was just Kong Kong. And so
that's cute.
Like,
Nice.
you know, and she's always stealing like I got Mario Kart stuff all over the place. She's always, this morning I walked out, she was racing Luigi and Donkey Kong in her Mario Karts that she has. So
That's
like
awesome.
she loves anything Nintendo.
That's good to see. All right, so the 40th anniversary, right? I have 3 Rosalina storybooks pre-ordered.
So
Target had
funny,
a deal too, a buy 2 get
funny
one
how
free
you
deal.
funny how you bring this up, and I actually have to leave like right now. But I'm glad we got to this part because you have 3 of them pre-ordered, but
When did they come out?
they did it. This is the Japanese version when I got it in Japan.
Sick.
Wow.
So is it
They're
cool?
already out in Japan. It's all Japanese in here. See,
Is it cool though? Like, is the
it's
the
so sick. The pages are gilded
artwork?
and everything, and like,
dude,
it's
that's
awesome.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I made sure I had to
That's
grab one at least
way
because I knew these
cool.
were gonna sell out. Because like I think they were out for like a day after I got to Japan, and then I saw them on display. I'm like, all right, yeah, grabbing one. Bye. Easy.
I think that's a
rad.
cool collectible for like they came out, the price is $24.99, but Amazon's been having them for like $23, and then Target had a buy 2 get one free deal on books, and Rosalina's storybook was included. I'm like, all right, cancel the Amazon order. I'm gonna put in 3 orders here, keep one sealed, give one to my godson for one of his Christmas presents, and I'll keep the other for the next kid Christmas that I need a book for.
Right.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right. You want to tell everybody then where they can find you? And I'm going to be keeping an eye out for whenever you do a video.
Oh
on
yeah,
that
no, I'm gonna be
trip.
doing like video dumps and photo dumps like really, really soon, and whatnot, because I just recorded way too much stuff. But yeah, guys, you can find me over at HM Killer on all socials, including that of YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that good jazz. And I think I broke my record for like the longest time I've been here and whatnot, but like I'm still fighting jet lag from getting back from Japan, so I'm just trying to like reallocate my sleeping schedule. So that's what's like killing me here right now, because I actually cleared my night, but I'm like I was tanking a little bit, so I got to get some sleep. And Age of Imprisonment comes out tomorrow, or it's actually technically out already in certain regions of the world, so get ready for that. And as always, thank you all so much for having me. It's been a blast, and I hope to see y'all again real soon.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Have
Cheers,
a good night.
man. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
All right, nice meeting you too, bro. All right, I'll see you guys later. Wait, how do I? There we go. All right, peace.
See ya. All right. So the storybook, is anyone else picking this up?
I have it pre-ordered.
Yes.
Yeah, $25 for a nice collectible. And again, I got buy 2 get 1 free on it as well.
That's not bad.
With Target. So yeah. What about these Amiibo though? Dude, look, I don't want to be dropping dollar bills on Amiibo all the time, especially with the prices. But these are sick. These ones are really nice. I really like these Mario Galaxy Amiibos. Like they're calling my name.
They're gorgeous. They're like small statues almost at this point.
Yeah. And when you look at it that way, the price of it isn't so bad when you look at it that way. I don't know. I'd like to get these, and I'd like to get a Metroid one. I'm good on Kirby. These are cool. And I do want to get this talking flower, and I know Michaela's probably gonna hate it. Which is definitely part of the reason that I want to get it. Because it's going to be entertainment for me. You know what I mean? I think it's so cool.
Just trying to stay under her skin.
Yeah, like if I worked in an office, this would be at my desk. And I would just hope it goes off all the time and messes with people. I think it's really funny.
As soon as I showed the kids this direct, they both wanted one. I was like, okay, I guess I'm getting 3.
Yeah, it's cool. What do we know when that goes on sale? The talking flower, or what the price is? Have we even got a price yet? I'm guessing this
I'll
is going to
check
be
real quick.
coming out around the time of the Mario Wonder movie, or not the Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition and the movie, all within that same marketing time frame. So, sometime between, I presume, March and
It
May.
says spring 2026.
Spring. I'm getting it. She just said I'm not getting the flower. I'm getting it. Yes.
I'm getting the flower.
It'll be a member of this household.
I'm getting one for every room.
Yeah, Gamebird's getting one for every room. He's gonna start a garden full of flowers.
Chain reaction, flowers yelling at each other.
Okay, so again, this year we celebrate 40th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers, released in the best year ever, 1985. And yes, to mark this occasion, we have all this cool stuff that we've all been talking about. In addition, down here on the third bullet point, Nintendo will be a platinum partner for the Kyoto Marathon to be held next February. Okay. Celebrating Mario's 40-year marathon. Clever collaboration there. And they're going to continue to propose unique entertainment experiences. Great. You should. Creating reasons to choose Nintendo for unique, family-friendly entertainment. And again, this talks about all the key points that we discussed earlier. ESG initiatives at Nintendo. Again, all the things we talked about earlier, building trust with consumers, long-term. Talk about the highly volatile entertainment business and that our cash reserves support an environment where developers can focus on pursuing new challenges without distractions. This serves as a vital lifeline, ensuring we do not lose sight of our priorities, even when facing unforeseen difficulties. I mean, we've seen so much of that here in the US, right? With development studios, and Nintendo's in a good position and they focus on fun, which is the most important thing. Because again, we're talking about video games here, man. It's supposed to be fun. Asset utilization. Talks about what they do with their assets and their capital. Look, I talked about this quite a bit on one of our podcasts. We're talking about Nintendo and greed, and I said they're not greedy. They take that money and they put it into R&D. What does it say? Capital funds to strengthen efforts for medium to long-term growth that are in addition to traditional R&D and capital expenditures. They take all the money and they put it back into the business. Because if you look at what folks are getting paid at Nintendo, they're not getting paid some astronomical amount. Part of their pay is quality of life by working at Nintendo, which is why there's no turnover there. It's 98%. All of these things just tie into each other. It's all hand in hand. So when you buy a new Nintendo game and you don't think it's a great deal, just know that, hey, that money is not making someone super rich, okay? They are taking that money and they're putting it back into the business so they can create some cool stuff for the future. That's how I look at it. I mean, we do know that there's some executives out there making 70, 80, 90 million at other video game companies. How much was that Bobby making? Bobby Kotick? Something astronomical, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And are they taking the money made from Call of Duty and then, making something really cool and crazy for Call of Duty? through research and development? No, they're not. Not at all. They don't do that. Nintendo does that. These are all things to think about when you support a company. Let's see.
Nate, what are you doing to that pool spot?
What? That's Donnie.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You were also jumping rope. I was like, is that Switch game that got pulled?
No. I'm trying to be polite, so I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Oh.
All right. Assets. All these things we just talked about. Financial foundation for the entertainment business. Having cash on hand allows us to continue our core operations, such as the dedicated video game platform business, which is volatile, uncertain, and difficult to forecast. These funds protect the business, they protect the house. And second, capital to strengthen the business foundation. These funds are used for investments aimed at medium to long-term growth, in addition to traditional research, development, and capital expenditures. That's how you grow. And third, capital for sustaining corporate value. These funds are to prepare for contingencies such as sudden and significant changes in the market environment. And used to maintain management flexibility and secure options that allow flexible capital policy. Again, we go into some more examples. I know Nintendo talked about possibly wanting to bring in some more development studios, right? About making some purchases. I think that's great. We'd like to see more of that. Look at, was it Shiver? Shiver did the port for WWE 2K. How was that received? Very positively. Now look at the port we got from 2K for NBA 2K26. How was that received? Not as positive. So keep buying up studios. Keep bringing on the right people. That's what it's all about. The right companies. Not every company. And this gets into some, again, worldwide stuff. Singapore, Thailand, new subsidiary over there. The shareholder return policy. I'm not going to go over the return policy unless you guys want me to. I'll go over the full return policy.
That's okay.
I agree.
Hard pass.
Yeah, the rest.
I've been waiting this whole time for the return policy. What do you mean hard pass? I'm kidding.
Soft pass.
All right. Creating reasons to choose Nintendo for unique family-friendly entertainment. This concludes today's presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Woohoo!
From all of us here at Nintendo and from the Nintenbyte Podcast.
No.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for joining us at this presentation. This ends
before you our podcast.
The first topic.
But before you guys tune out for the night,
this ends the first topic.
Before the end of the show, folks, make sure you jump in and vote in a poll that I have going right now. Doesn't have to be now. It could be right before the show ends. I'm going to have it go to the final moments. We've been getting a lot of requests from the fans for some sort of Nintenbyte, toiletries. A lot of people asking about body washes, and we've been experimenting with 4 cents. And make sure you vote.
Well, look, we all know about body wash, and all I'm saying is that as soon as it goes up for sale, I am buying the Super Mario Galaxy complete line of body wash. If you got cologne, I'm sure I would smell out of this world. That is exactly what I want, man. I would tell anyone to go buy them. Dude, Super Mario Brothers, body wash, shampoo, body spray. Why would you buy anything else?
Gotta smell it. Gotta smell like that Italian plumber, you know.
Yeah, dude, all over that.
Or sorry, Brooklyn plumber, I guess.
Alrighty then. Shall we move on to the next topic?
Yeah,
I guess that's my
do
cue,
it.
huh? All right. People are taking some big L's. Wait, what? What people? Nintendo derangement syndrome people. Let's get into this speech that I apparently had a small co-writer on. Grifting, spinning positive news stories to negative, and possible NDS behavior has been dominating the Switch 2 space since before launch came out. While legitimate criticism has been lobbed towards Nintendo, including frustrations with prices going up and maybe some dissatisfaction with some game quality, certain policies. Once that criticism was out of the way, it kept moving. You have people blaming content creators, including this very podcast, for the state of the video game industry, that we are at fault for the rising prices and lower quality output, and that everyone on the show, be it the host or the guest, are just massive corporate shills. We have seen sales data that is nothing but positive get twisted to be negative, and it's happening again after the latest results, which are unprecedented, using arguments like others were sold out. This isn't, so it's bad, which is just downright silly given what Nintendo is doing, unprecedented both in results, but also strategy. No matter what Nintendo does, it's wrong, even when it's right. Of course, toxic positivity exists as well, where people pretend everything is carrots and milk. There it is. Found it. Happy where the edit was put in. I think I figured it out.
There we go, dude. I told you it was subtle. You probably wouldn't even notice.
Wait, that's not me. All right. Anyways, it also doesn't help that I now associate milk and carrots directly with you forever now. So I knew I wasn't writing about you, so there we go. Often this show gets labeled this way, despite numerous criticisms being brought up on this very show towards Nintendo's actions and obviously critique of the games themselves. Honestly, we could go over more. So what are our thoughts on all of this? Do we have a message to these sorts of people? Do they have a point? Is there something greater going on? Thunderstash Gaming and Gamer last week brought up this idea. Could be some mental illnesses happening in some select cases. I'm saying they're going to say everyone's that way. Does this explain it all? Or is something else at play? Could this simply just be console wars just ramping up to 1,000? Let's discuss the latest discourse. And I'll just say this. We had a thing earlier, and if you look in the thumbnail, it's got this giant glass of haters' tears. And this is an appropriate topic because there's been a lot of crying the last 24 hours. My cuppeth is full. So we're going to do some haters' tears. Let's have N64 Josh go. What do you think about all this?
Yo, it's so weird to me. Like, I feel like I may have said it on here before. I know I've said it somewhere, but like, do you ever notice how, like, and it's not everybody that clips coupons. I don't want to say that like it's everybody that clips coupons, right? Coupons can be great, but you ever see those people that stand at the grocery store or Walmart and they're super pissed about the 50 cents that they got overcharged, right? But then if they don't get charged for an item, they're like super and it's like us against retailers. I feel like that's every gamer. It's just like that cries online all the time. That's just like it is gamers versus the companies that make their games. And I don't know if it's so many people that just regurgitate whatever influencer that influences them. And that's, there's not a whole lot of thinking for themselves because it's the same lines over and over again. Why are you playing that slop? Why are you gotta cope? You gotta, I muted the word cope on Twitter because I was like, I don't want to see copium, cope. I can't. I there's just too much to be grateful for, and to be able to just have this stuff is fun. It's fun. I'm pretty sure that much younger me would look at the stuff that I've got to experience and been like, that's pretty freaking rad, and he probably would have said rad because I'm from the 80s, and the thing of it is Kirby Air Riders, right? Everybody is like, that's the perfect game. There's no DLC. There's, it's got Sakurai did a ton of stuff right with that game. I'm here for it. I'm also of the mind. I checked. I have 2,000 hours in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I want new content for those games that I'm going to invest that much time into. You know what I mean? I'm perfectly fine buying DLC. I've been perfectly fine buying DLC since Halo 2 on the Xbox. Even though that brought in a ton of cheaters. But even still, I guess I'm a shill. It has me questioning, Nintendo sends me games. If I like them, I say I like them. Here's the other thing. I feel like everybody assumes they're a critic since social media became a thing. I personally do not give. I don't care about critics. I don't care. When it's take movies for instance, and they're like, well, the plot and the story arc and is there explosions and lightsabers and cool stuff that I can shut my brain off and munch on some popcorn, then I'm happy. And that's what gaming does. It's not that serious. And that's what I think. I'm just if I don't like something, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to play it. The weirdest thing for me, especially streaming on TikTok and stuff as much as I do, the amount of kids that would come in and be like, which Mario game do you hate the most? I'm like, what are you do people think that way? Or which track do you hate them? I don't even think about that. I just think about what I like. If I don't like it, I don't really think about it. It doesn't take up space in my brain.
On the positive.
Yeah. So and on the flip, the other side of it is I've had conversations where people are literally blocking me because I'm like, gaming is a business. Excuse me. This cold's been killing me, but and it takes money to make this art, whether you like that or not, and the blood, sweat, and tears that go into these single person dev teams to get these games out, that's not easy. That's not easy. And when you talk to them and they're like, yo, if I had funding, it would make my life so much easier. When they're out grinding their 9 to 5 and then spending their nights and weekends making games, it's a passion project, but they would love funding. They would absolutely love it. It would make they could be living their dream. And so I think at the end of the day, it's harder because look, I got gray hair, almost white hair, as my girlfriend pointed out today. None of it's that serious. I don't have to put a hard line in the sand and be Pokemon is slop because do I see both perspectives? Sure. I can see that people are they got all this money. Why don't they invest more into it? Well, I don't know. And I think a lot of times people assume if you're a person that's talking into a microphone on the internet that you've got insider information. We're all just a bunch of knuckleheads that decided to start talking into a microphone and build community around it. That's it. That's it. Some people do it with. I can tell you this: it'd be way easier as a content creator to be like, "Yo, Pokemon sucks," and then you have all these people that are like, "Yeah, I could be on this guy's team," right? I would probably be much further along in my content creation career if I was more that way. I'm not, and I can't. I'm not going to change. In fact, I'm pushing against it to the point that I'm like, I'm bringing creators on just to have fun, play games, talk about Nintendo, and the stuff we love, and that's it. Because that's what makes me happy, and it does go a lot deeper. I lost a kid like almost 2 years ago. I look at life so much different. Like, I am grateful for the freaking air in my lungs, right? And so to get to play games and experience, the different stories and being able to lose myself in the experience like I did when I was a child, I'm here for it. That's what it's all about. I don't have to fight these corporations. I won't give them my money if I don't want the entertainment. That's it. I don't go to every movie that I see a trailer for. I don't buy every game that I see. And at the end of the day, I just try to have some fun and bring some positivity. And if that's toxic, so be it,
Eric, got any thoughts?
I mean, people make their choices, and I think some of the stuff has to do with they want to be quote unquote right with their choices. So and one way of doing that is by tearing down the other things, and to make them feel like they've made the correct decision in what platform they chose, instead of just enjoying all of them or whatnot. So I think that's kind of where part of it comes from. I think there's just a lot of things out there nowadays that things are hard. So it's I think part of that has to do with that as well. Where people can't afford things, and you see prices going up on a whole bunch of things. So it's like, oh geez, okay, this is going and this is going, and a lot of it might just be frustration with their life too, that they're just taking it out on people who seem to be enjoying their life, because misery enjoys company. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things I could say on it, but it's just one of those things that I don't want to get too far down a rabbit hole.
Okay. Gamebird.
Listen, man, we're all mentally ill. There's a lot of mentally ill people out there, a psychological addiction to negativity. But there's also good news. And the good news is that right now, Nintendo's at the height of its popularity. People generally love Nintendo Switch 2. Like, people love it. There's a reason why the numbers are doing so well. So when we talk earlier about the sales, there's nothing surprising there. I think anyone who's paying attention to what's going on with Nintendo right now should not be surprised to see these numbers. If you are, you're not paying attention. And that's totally okay, because not everyone's hardcore. Not everyone's following the stories and the news every day. Your average fan, Nintendo fan, your average gamer doesn't pay attention to that stuff. My 3 kids, they all love video games. They all love Nintendo. They don't watch Nintendo Directs. They don't watch my podcasts. They rarely watch my videos. They don't go on IGN. They don't do any of that stuff. They'll ask me questions. Oh, what's the next big Nintendo game? That's a lot of people. It's a lot of word of mouth. A lot of people ask me, oh, how do you like the Switch 2? I've been thinking about picking one up. It looks really cool. How much bigger is the screen? That's your typical gamer. It is a very, very small percentage of people. They think it's way bigger than what it is, but it's a very small vocal minority online, whether it's YouTube or Twitter or whatever. And at the end of the day, guys, Nintendo's still the budget option. And more importantly than that, they're killing it with games. People saying they have no games, like, dude, they're 5 months, barely 5 months in now with a lineup. How many exclusives did Sony have this year? 1? Ghost of Yotei? The year's almost over. Did they have an exclusive other than Ghost of Yotei? I'm not sure. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong. Not to knock Sony. I own a PS5. I love my PS5.
What about
But,
the UPS guy game? Where you just
Sure.
carry all the boxes. Was that an exclusive?
Isn't that? I'm pretty sure that's on.
Oh, Death Stranding too?
Yeah, was
Is
it
it
not
on
exclusive
Xbox?
this time?
I feel like
I don't
it's
think
not.
so.
Yeah, I feel like it's on. Let me see.
I know the
It's-
first
no,
one moved to Xbox. So.
No, it's exclusive. You're right. Wait. Yes, it's exclusive.
Is
So
it on
2
PC?
exclusives. Let me see. A quick Google search just says PlayStation 5. But that's 2 in nearly 12 months. A console that's well into its life cycle, you know. We're 5 months in. We have more exclusives 5 months in than Sony has this year. It's crazy. Not only that, we have more exclusives for the first quarter that have already been announced. And there's going to be a lot more. So I joke. I do believe that mental illness is a factor, unfortunately, but I also joke with it. I go a little bit crazy with it. The better comparison, and I think the way people should look at these sorts of videos or Twitter feeds that are being created online, is it reminds me of. Do you guys remember the National Enquirer?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still around.
At every newsstand, at the
Bat
grocery
Boy, right?
store. Yeah, with Bat Boy and the Wolfman and all the crazy cheating
Yeah.
celebrities and all the wild stories. Clint Eastwood sleeping with a turtle woman, like all sorts of crazy crap. It's it's goofy headlines, conspiracy theories, and that's exactly what these videos are. They're goofy headlines and conspiracy theories, and I think these should exist for an entertaining watch if you're bored and you want to check out some goofy theories and conspiracies and goofy headlines that get made up on the fly with no facts back at them. I think this sort of content, consume it up, have a good laugh, enjoy it. But ultimately, I think that or actually, no, you know what? Before I move on to my next point, I made something for this segment that I want to share. Just to show how easy it is. And if things don't work out for me, on Game Bird Classic or Nintenbyte, maybe I could join these guys. I think I have some skill. I'm thinking about, what they're doing. How can I apply this? How can I make an ebook out of this even, or some sort of a weekly newsletter? And so let me show you what I made here. So it's kind of my inspired by these YouTubers and Twitter posters.
There you go.
Yeah, right. There we go. Nintendo's in chaos, guys. Switch 2 is pure evil, right? Exposed inside the Doomsday firmware update nearly ended gaming. This is all Nintendo conspiracy. So I just wanted to take a minute to show that with you guys. I am concerned, but I'm still feeling good enough to stay where I'm at right now. We'll see where things go. But ultimately, I feel like calling the Switch 2 a failure now is both lazy and irresponsible. At the very least, wait for its first holiday season, and if it tanks the holiday, then hey, you've got a case to make. That would be extremely unusual. But I think with how well Switch 2 has been doing, the sales numbers, and of course you're going to get people saying that the sales numbers are fabricated and fake, and that they're actually selling really poorly, and they can't come off the shelf, and that the whole moving their projections upward is just all a front. Well, I got news for you guys. That's illegal, and if you're a company and you move sales projections to something that is factually impossible based on the data, that's called fraud. It's a crime. You can't do that. There's investors involved. There's shareholders. I'm not saying that a company's never tried to do that before. I'm just saying that is highly illegal. You cannot do that. They're not amping up projections so they can let down all their shareholders and investors. They're making very calculated projections. So yeah, wait for the holiday. Form your opinions after that. I think you have at least something more substantial to go off of. And guys, have fun. It's video games. Like, if you want to critique a company, they make a decision that bothers you. Like, you know, I critiqued Nintendo for the stupid voice chat on the app instead of being built into the system. We now understand why it wasn't built into Switch 2. At the time, I found that inconvenient and annoying, and I didn't use it because I didn't want to. I didn't like it, and I voiced my opinion about that. Mm-hmm. But I didn't spend my weeks, months making 19 of my 20 videos about how much Nintendo sucks. And I wouldn't do that for any other company. I wouldn't do it for Sony. I hate their games of service initiative. 10 games of service within 5-year period. Bullshit. Anti-consumer. I voiced my opinion right here, right now on that. I'm not going to make 19 videos on it. If I was a Sony channel, maybe I'd make one and I'd move along. But you know what I'd also be doing? Talking about the things that I'm really excited for with Sony. The things I'm really looking forward to. My hopes and dreams for PlayStation 6. That's what I'm going to do with Nintendo. I'm going to voice an opinion on my channel or here on the podcast, something I think was a mistake, like their bad messaging around the reveal of Switch 2. And then I'm going to talk about the things that I'm really excited about, like Hyrule Warriors and Metroid Prime 4 and whatever next is coming. So play video games, have fun. And guys, if you enjoy watching stuff like National Enquirer, but you know, more video game focused, watch these channels. You know, what's that? There's also, what is it called? Harddrive.net. It's kind of like The Onion. It's all the same. So have fun.
Okay.
Yeah. I just thought of a couple other things too, quick, that haven't been said. You know, with the way these platforms are set up and stuff like that, bots are a big thing as well. You know, how much is bots throwing stuff out into the world? And then also, again, with the way these platforms are set up, it's engagement farming. Let's throw the craziest, stupid things out there. They may not think that, but it's going to get reactions. It's going to get comments. It's going to get, you know, that's how these platforms are set up nowadays. It's all engagement farming. So, you know, I whether or not some of these people actually believe it, to them, it doesn't matter. It gets them the engagements that they need to grow and possibly make money. So yeah, those were the two things that I had just thought of.
Yeah, it's very real.
So I was gonna have Stash go next.
Mm-hmm.
He vanished.
Yeah.
Well, the ninjas grabbed him because he
grabbed him. Yeah.
He had his switch bricked, I think. So
it is November 5th.
Yeah. He did not install that Doomsday firmware, and they're forcing him to do it. They're making him watch as they're installing it right now.
Well, I better go check out Miyamoto's haunted desk.
Yeah, right.
Because the toy tells all.
You guys have been hearing everyone call it the witch too, right? Because it's evil.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, actually.
That's hilarious.
Anyways. Oh, look, he's back. Perfect. All right, Stash, what are your thoughts on this?
Did you say anything cool?
There were several cool things said.
Oh, I have to watch it after.
All right. So,
all at your expense.
Well, I don't know about that. Stash, thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, so there's a lot of thoughts, right? First off, let me start here. The word grifting is the biggest sheep word I've ever heard. Okay, let me get that out there right now. I am so sick of hearing this stupid word that everyone suddenly started using. And they don't know what it means. They really don't, and they just attach it to everything. So let me just get that out there. If you hear someone use that word and they use it in the form of an attack on somebody else, they're probably not that smart. And anything they say should most certainly not be taken personally. Okay. And I know that that is the word that they all like to use. And I'm just saying, to me, it comes across very low IQ. And I completely tune out as soon as I hear grifting. How do you guys feel about that word before I go on to my next part?
I think it's interesting because there are some people that will view channels that people use that term towards to be a form of swindling because you're swindling the viewers to get money. You're just not taking their money, which is what it's intended to mean.
So whose money are you taking?
Advertisers, YouTube's basically.
But how?
I know. That's what I'm saying. The swindle is just to rage bait to make money. That's what they say. The swindle.
The term is used too loosely. It's lost most of its meaning.
Yes. Yeah, it's used way too
That's
loosely.
my point.
You can do any form of anything to make money. You can get views. You know, it doesn't have to be that.
Yeah. So grifting is used in with like conning people, con artists in that circle. And so you mentioned in the topic notes here that even our podcast is to blame for, which I didn't know this.
No, you stay out of listening to it.
I do. So like that was news to me. I perked up when you said that.
I pay attention to everything going on social media all the time, so I know what's going on for my kids. Well, the show's like my kids. And I know what's going on in that outside world in case something comes and slaps us out of left field.
That's fair. No, I look at I'm aware of other things going on. Like there's things that I like to know about what's going on that I don't talk about. And so I'm glad you
I just want to know.
I get it.
If there's something going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of, then it's going to lead to some massive like moist critical video that gets millions of views. The next thing you know, we're headline news and getting trashed. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What even happened?
So blaming us is very interesting. The podcast. I don't know what we'd be being blamed for. I'm not sure what sort of infraction we've made. I mean, like obviously, I'm not even going to entertain the idea that we have made any sort of infraction. That's literally just. This is just stupid talk.
I hate the word influencer.
I do too. Not a fan of it.
That's where a lot of it comes from.
Don't want to be referred to as one ever.
Stupid enough to think that I influence whether people spend their money on shit or not.
Yeah.
It's their money. It's their choice.
Yeah.
I mean, I've literally shit on Pokemon a lot, and I know there's people in my community that buy every single game. Like, cool.
Yeah, look, I play video games on all the consoles. Always have. We've talked about this. We all have our history with gaming, right? And I think we've all played video games on all the consoles. I believe that we all genuinely want to see all of them do well. That is what's best for the industry. That is what's best for the consumer, is that they all do great. Because iron sharpens iron. We need everyone to do great. The better Nintendo does, the better Sony has to do, and vice versa. And we've seen that flip-flop throughout the years and go back and forth. And it's great. It's great for us because this is what we enjoy doing. So, to single anyone out as a corporate shill or anything like that, again, it's just it's a very mindless, low IQ take. People are smarter than that. They should be. Maybe put some more thought into it before you speak. Yeah, there used to be obviously a saying back in the day that you shouldn't speak basically on subjects that you don't know anything about. And thanks to the internet and social media, everyone speaks on subjects that they don't know anything about. But if you were in a circle with a group of people, you'd be less likely to speak up on something that you know nothing about. But because it's the internet, you just say whatever you want and just get into it with people. And it's just like this mindless stupidity that I see all the time that I try to stay away from. Because it's draining, it's a waste of time. There's so many other better things to do. And when I say better, like there's so many positive things in life to do. Again, we've all echoed the same thing. Video games are supposed to be fun, and they will always remain fun for me. Now, it does seem like there's just a lot of people out there who are hell-bent on making video games not fun. They don't want them to be fun, or they don't want them to be fun for other people. And it's just it's very wild behavior. I do think it borderlines some serious mental health issues. And it sucks. And I hope people can get that corrected. But look, yeah, I was raised a certain way. We focus on the positive things in life. You know, waking up in the morning and having health is a positive thing. There's lots of positive things out there if you open your eyes and you look at it that way. If you focus on the negative, you're not going to have a good life. I guarantee you that. All these people who are making videos like this and talking crap about Nintendo people, or even people that talk crap about Sony people or talk crap about Xbox people, it doesn't matter who it is, what console it is. If you focus on the negative, you're going to have a very unfulfilling life. You're probably going to run into depression.
It's so I don't know, when I see some of like these arguments and debates, it feels so, for lack of a better term, primitive.
Primitive is a great word for it.
Is that a good word for it? Yeah, because
it is
like
very
struggling to
primitive.
find the right word. It's so childlike and primitive.
Tribalistic behavior.
Weird tribalistic behavior that adults are it's like I would expect this from cave people or
Neanderthals.
kids. It's
like Neanderthals,
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I want to believe that you're better than this. But I don't know these people from Adam or Eve that are on the internet. I don't know who they are. I don't know their life story. I'm also not here to judge them for it. You can say whatever you want. If you want to spend your life this way, if that is what you think is going to be fulfilling, or if you have no interest in finding fulfillment in life, I don't know. All I know is I'm focused on what I need to do, right? And I know what I'm happy doing. That's playing video games.
Yeah.
On all consoles. I play all video games. Do I love Nintendo? Yes, I do. I love what they've done. I have a history with them. I grew up with Nintendo. It's my first. You never forget that. And they haven't done me wrong. They really, truly have not. They haven't, like, I don't know about you guys. You know, I joke a little bit about things like Yoshi's Story, you know, buying that at Best Buy. But like, they haven't done me wrong. I've bought it all. I've never had buyer's remorse for any of it. And here's the thing. I think buyer's remorse is just a lot of bullshit too. You buy something, that's on you. If you couldn't afford it, that's on you. Make better decisions.
Make informed decisions.
Yes, make better decisions. Blame yourself for not researching. Blame yourself for having no self-control. But I'm never going to have buyer's remorse for something because I bought it and I made a conscious decision. Nobody forced me to do this. These are all just very, again, it used to be common sense things. Those days are long gone. Common sense isn't so common anymore. We know that. Common courtesy used to be a thing. That's not common anymore. We see that on the internet every day. But look, I don't participate in any of this. Like I said, Nate, I know you follow it and you have to, and this is what you do, and you got your kids, and I understand all of that. I don't have to follow it. You have more reason to follow it. I don't follow it because it's all those things that I just said, and it all falls under this kind of negativity cloud in life. There's enough of that. There's a lot of very negative folks in the world. The world is much more negative now today than it was a couple of years ago, 10 years ago, 20, 30, 40. It's changed a lot. And now that there's social media, back in the day, you could avoid negativity by avoiding certain people, right? Like if you have someone really negative at work, try to avoid them. You have someone really negative at school, try to avoid them as much as you can. You're on a sports team. You have someone who's super negative, like you're playing, school sports. Try to work with them. If they persist, just try to keep your distance as much as you can. Now with social media, it's everywhere. Like if you choose to participate in social media, which I didn't until YouTube. I didn't because of all these reasons. I see what direction this is going in. I'm good. I'm going to tab out. Okay. But obviously being on YouTube, you got to do that. And I can take it all. It's fine. I see it. I move on with my day. I don't even think twice about some of the things I see. It honestly, a lot of time they do give me a little bit of like amusement. I'm just like, dude, this place. It's cooked out there, man. It's cooked. Like, oh my god!
One screenshot from the fucking Nintendo subreddit. I'm like, dude, this is so fucking funny. Like, I have to share this. Other people are gonna think this is fun.
Just some really just the takes out there, and here's the other side of it too: is that a lot of these takes that people have that are just so ass backwards. You're like, they could be doing it for engagement, right? Maybe they're just trying to work the system and make the money off engagement by saying totally stupid things, and maybe they're not that stupid, but maybe they are. And either way, that's not a way I would want to go about my life. Again, do what you got to do to put food on the table for everybody. But that's not something I'm going to do. So overall, how I feel about all this, man, is that it's a different type of console war. It's not the one we grew up with Sega and Super Nintendo. That one was a lot more polite as well. A lot more respectful. At least it was in my interactions. And today it's all the things that have changed about the world, like manners, how you talk to people, being respectful. All the things that haven't aged well. They're all on display now, and it's all part of this bullshit console war. And now that Xbox is going to be getting out of this, and it's going to be Nintendo and I guess Sony. Nintendo marches to the beat of their own drum, but people will try to obviously bring Nintendo into this fake war. And it's just like, man, y'all should just play video games and enjoy it. Enjoy life. And focus on fun. Dude, none of this is that hard. None of this should be hard to understand. None of this is serious. This is just video games. And this is an extracurricular activity. You know what I mean? Nobody get like you don't this is a thing you get to do, not a thing you have to do. Right? This is not a job. This is something you get to enjoy. You know, when you go to the movies, you say, "Yeah, we get to go to the movies today." Right? Not, "Oh, we have to go to the movies." Right? It should be viewed in the same exact way. This is something you get to do. And look, I don't even know where to go anymore with all the nonsense that I see. I hope the people doing this, they wise up and they explore the meaning of life a little bit. Try and think a little bit deeper. But spreading negativity is never something I'll do. I focus on the positive always. And this whole thing with Nintendo too about toxic positivity. You know, I've obviously we've seen that thrown out there too, and I don't know that any of us have ever done that. I haven't. Like when I review games, I focus on the things that are enjoyable. I do not focus on the little nitpicky things. I don't turn molehills into mountains. I don't do that in real life. I won't do that when I'm talking about a video game. I won't do that when I'm sitting an employee down for their 6-month evaluation and their annual evaluation. I won't say, "Hey, you did all these things great, but these things over here, for these reasons, you don't get a good score and you're not going to get a raise." I don't do that. I've never done that in 20 years managing. I didn't do that. I focus on all the things that are great. And I focus on the things that we both agree you'd like to improve on. Not that you're bad at, or not that this or that. Like everything's focused around positivity and growth. Like that's a way of life. That's choice. So people choose to be this way. And it's again, it's a sad way of living, in my opinion, but to each their own. I hope you find enjoyment and fulfillment in that choice. But it doesn't have to be this way. None of this does. I'll end it there.
Yeah, I don't know that there's really much more to add, to be honest. I don't understand why people choose, and it's not just with this particular topic. It's all the hate topics out there. Why people just choose to be angry all the time. I get it. I get getting the opinion out there. It's fine. Like I get getting it out. As an example, if you think things are too expensive, I understand you want to state that. Tell Nintendo. Go to their socials. Go to their trailers, their videos. Go to their support page and email them. There's all these different ways that you could just tell the company, because going after people that are just enjoying it makes no sense.
Yeah.
You're not going to change the enjoyment of those people.
And all those things also won't do anything.
Yeah, they're not going to.
And I wish they would understand that this whole drop the price thing that they were doing, that's not going to change anything. Like you need to understand how the world works in the bigger picture. And if you want something and you don't want to spend that money, then you don't get it. And if you really want it, you'll find a way to make that money and get it. Go get a second job. You know, like I hope to God that these people complaining aren't a grown family men or women. Like, I presume this is younger people. I would presume. I don't know if, like, are folks with kids really going online and complaining about this stuff?
They can't be. It has to be kids to young adults.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
it's,
saying.
it's over games, you know.
Yeah, so go work more.
It's over playing.
I worked my ass off. I gave away a lot of years working like crazy ass hours. And you know what? I still found a way and time to play. But if you want to do this, make more money, work on yourself, try to grow. If you don't like your job, you don't make enough, keep working your job, look for a better job. All the basics, all the things we know, go do that. But don't go online and complain. That ain't going to do shit. It's annoying. Spreads negativity. I don't want to hear it. The company ain't going to change. They need someone to tell them this. And I don't want to make a YouTube channel that gives out sermons like that. You know what I mean? Like, I probably could, but I don't want to do that.
Do an ebook.
An ebook. Yeah, I think some of it has to do a little bit with like in terms of for those that thought the prices and all the stuff were like going to make Switch 2 just do so much worse than everything. And I understood all the arguments being made.
Mhm.
But for the general consumer base, we've all been kind of conditioned over the last 3 years, really, that everything's more expensive than it used to be. Everything has gone up in price and is more expensive than it used to be. So seeing the prices go up might not be as off-putting because people might have already been expecting it because everything else has gone up. Price of cell phones, price of TVs, price of building houses, getting new siding, groceries, gas, price of cars,
Health
everything.
insurance.
Health insurance is another big one that's gone way up. So I know that personally because I have to do private health insurance. I've watched the increase. So yeah, I think there's some of that where like if you thought this was going to be a bigger issue with general consumers, then you really don't know. The only true issue is if people run out of money that they can't buy luxury goods. And that's a much larger economic problem to get into than you can blame one individual item being more expensive than you wanted it to be. So for all the rest, look, I think there's a point to getting your critiques out there. I think that's okay. I think sometimes change even comes from those critiques. We have seen companies react at times when enough of that critique gets put out there. But that critique has to be backed up with results. Like all the drop the price. Guess what? If Switch 2 wasn't selling well, they might have dropped the price. But guess what it's doing? Breaking records. So you could scream drop the price in every single Nintendo Direct thing they do. Why would they drop the price of something that is selling at a record pace? That doesn't even make sense. If anything, you should be happy the price doesn't go higher. Because that's what companies sometimes do. They take advantage of the demand. And they could try to argue tariff prices that we got to raise it again like we had to for Switch 1. Right now, they haven't done that, and I hope that's not coming. But, yeah, I think everything is mostly fairly priced. There's some things I don't like, but I just feel like they just need to find something better to do with their lives. Like, if the complaint is you're really upset with Nintendo, okay, we heard you the first time. Play some video games now. Go play with your kids. Go do something else. You got your complaint out. You don't have to repeat it ad nauseum every day with new words. Like I'll put it this way. Like people always talk about, oh, you're cheering on a multi-billion-dollar company. No, I don't give a fuck what happens to Nintendo, the company. But I do think it's really, really weird to cheer on the downfall of companies that have personally done no harm to you. This isn't a company that was screwing over all their employees like Enron and all their investors. This isn't a company that is, actively going out there and putting working conditions in place that are subhuman. There are companies doing all this bullshit. This is even a company where they're piling all the money into the corporate heads. They're not getting
or assaulting their staff. We've heard that in the industry.
Yeah. It got so bad. It's kind of swept under the rug because of the purchase, but it got so bad with Activision Blizzard King that someone committed suicide over it.
I think honestly, I mentioned this last time we discussed this. I really believe that a major driving force for this is the fact that Nintendo's at the height of its popularity right now. People love Nintendo right now. And if you're in those small circles online, you're like, no, they don't. People hate the Switch 2. People think it's a failure. People think Nintendo's corrupt. You're in a small bubble, my friend. The overwhelming majority of people who play games and enjoy video games love Nintendo Switch. Households, kids, families, young adults. The majority love it. When you're at the top, it's like when you are big on YouTube, like Nate. I don't get anywhere near the amount of negative comments or hate, and I won't, because I have, maybe I will now after tonight's episode, but I have less than 3,000 subscribers on my channel. You have over 100,000. So people are going to harp on you way harder. I'm sure I'd be getting just as much hate as you are if we had equal subscriber counts. So it's people say, oh, you're doing something right when people are coming after you. There's a lot of weird, like Stash said, weird console war stuff that doesn't really make sense. And it was fun in the 90s. It was that kind of playground console war with like fun, like friendly kind of insults at each other. It never got too deep. Nintendo games are for kids. Sega games are for adults. Sega's got better graphics. Like it never got you're a pathetic loser shill who supports a corrupt business that, it wasn't like weird like that, followed by incessant harassment. You'd have like a 5-minute debate on the schoolyard and then it was over.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's why you're wrong. Because Gamebird, you're not built with blast processing.
Nailed it.
That's right. That is true. Not yet, at least.
No, and
those old school console wars were kind of fun.
About 2 weeks ago, I was going through my tags on YouTube because I never ever checked that, and I found a tag of all of us, and I went and watched the video of somebody watching, then pausing after each thing we say, like one of these podcasts, and I was like, this is wild to me. This is absolutely wild to me. And
well, you should be flattered.
Oh,
you should be flattered. These people are obsessed with you. They love to watch you. They love to listen to you.
They're pumping your watch hours.
They like to soak up all that N64 Josh goodness.
No, it was this show. I just got tagged, and I happened to be on the episode that night, and it's just listening to us and then pausing and giving their commentary and then listening.
What he really meant to say is, "You're welcome for the attention."
Oh, that's what. Okay, that's better.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, I know some channels that do that, and like I understand reaction content and stuff, and I get it in live streams at times. But dude, I see entire videos dedicated to it at times, and I'm like, okay. So
isn't reaction content supposed to be reacting to something shocking though? Is it supposed to be like, oh, I'm loving my Switch 2 so far, and I'm really excited for the new Hyrule Warriors? Is that reaction content? Like, is that like, oh, I can't wait to see them react to this person being excited for Hyrule Warriors, dude?
I mean, if they should react to anything, it should be your comebacks to haters in your comment section. That would be a great reaction.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna keep trucking on, and the more popular the system gets over time, the more players there are, the more people that talk about it online, the more it's gonna get drowned out in the end, anyways. Okay. Well, I believe it is time for Gamer Classics topic.
Yeah,
So,
mine's going to be a little bit less business and more fun speculation discussion. Probably the shortest topic of the night, but doesn't mean it's the worst. Because we're going to talk about some Metroid Prime 4, guys. This is one that I believe all of us here. I think maybe Eric, you might be a little bit more kind of in the middle. What?
I don't know. I haven't seen the new trailer yet, but I don't know. It's one of those things that I may or may not.
For sure. I get that.
I
Josh, are you a Metroid fan at all, or is this something that has your
1,000% since the first game on the NES, and loved Prime? So
awesome, perfect. So this is obviously a game most of us tonight have been waiting for a really, really long time, a generation, you could say, and a lot of us really want this game to succeed and do well, and we've been speculating on the podcast forever now, kind of what the future looks like for this game, what kind of marketing the game will get, and I think it's safe to say that the marketing has been a little bit light for Metroid Prime, but if I remember correctly, a lot of us were in agreement, or at the time speculated and expected that we'd be receiving some sort of Metroid Prime 4 direct. I personally think that that's something that would really, really lend itself to the game. This is one that obviously the core audience is going to be there, but anyone who's an outsider who's never played a Metroid Prime game is going to look at this trailer and think it's like Call of Duty or Titanfall or any other first-person shooter, and they might think it looks kind of slow and less action-packed than those and be turned off by that. So I'm personally really hoping that we get something that really dives into this game, really kind of explains what makes Metroid Prime different than anything else, focusing on the exploration and abilities and the world design and that sort of stuff. My question for you guys is, with what we've seen now to be the ramped up kind of marketing, we're seeing new trailers, we're seeing commercials featuring the game, all good stuff. How do you see that marketing expanding leading up to the launch? Do you believe that we'll be getting a solely focused Metroid Prime Beyond Direct, or do you think it'll just be trailers, marketing with a launch trailer, or another possibility is maybe they do like one of those 10-12 minute overview trailers that lands in Nintendo today? So that's the first part of it. And second, what are your guys' expectations for this game in the sales? You know, we spent a lot of time talking about sales today. This is one that a lot of us feel like this could be do or die for Prime, not necessarily the franchise of Metroid. How do you think this one's going to do? What sort of difference do you think launching before Christmas is going to make a potential direct? Let's start with Josh.
I feel like there's a direct on the way. I feel like it's going to be the Donkey Kong scenario. I feel like it needs it, and I think everything was just messed up because of something happening internally where they like had to push from this week based on the Amiibo coming out, and so because of that, it just kind of, you know, the only way they don't do a direct in my mind is if they don't want to spoil too much, you know, because I mean everybody is going through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm seeing videos and posts on X of like, this might be this hunter based on, you know, like, and it's like some of it seems like a big stretch, but the people that are into it are really, really hungry for it. But at the same time, like, how much we got to see a lot with the treehouse and whatnot, but if I remember correctly, we saw a lot with the treehouse with Donkey Kong also, I think. And
We did.
and I think that I was reading, like, we were chatting about it in my Discord, and like there's some people that think they should have dropped the 4 from the name because it may have people feeling like they're a little bit left out when
Yeah.
those games kind of resolved, and this is kind of the start again, So
Yeah.
I do hope they at the very least give it the Donkey Kong treatment and give it that direct so that it sells people like Eric even,
Yeah.
and just I am looking at this game. The more I see the trailers, the more I see the graphics, I feel like they're attempting to go for a somewhat of a PlayStation experience here. Like that single player, somewhat cinematic experience that, like, some potentially some really, really good storytelling, and I have very high expectations for it and very high hopes, in Retro I trust for sure.
Do you think that are you the last part of this, are you optimistic or pessimistic about the sales of this title? Right now, obviously a direct could change that. That could change the whole conversation. But right now, are you feeling optimistic or pessimistic on how this game will perform?
Do I want to see it make 5 million? Like, do I think it'll hit 5 million sales based on what's going on right now? I don't know. That's a big number, That's a big number. I wish we could get into the books and understand, like, what do they want from this game at the end of the day?
Yeah.
And how much did Mario Kart 8 fund Metroid that we don't have to worry about how much it sells? They can just keep it going. You know what I mean? Like, there's enough profit from plenty of other spots that, like, even if this game doesn't like sell through the roof, there's still a lot that they could do with it, right? And I've been talking. I want to see multiplayer, and I'll only touch on this briefly. Not necessarily just team deathmatch. I want to see a Destiny style, like, treatment, like a Destiny treatment to Metroid, where we get to make our own hunters. We get to run strikes together where we go after larger bounties. But then I want to see it. I put a little twist on it, and I want to see us all log in and be given the same bounty, and we've got to race and fight each other to get that bounty. I think would be super, super fun. And just, like, even if, like, comes down to, like, yo, I was able to hit you with a shot that, like, froze you in place as you were trying to grab it, couldn't grab it, whatever the case may be. Like, I feel like they could do so much with the series, and hopefully we're just at that beginning phase. And I know there's talks out there, like, they've already started working on the next one after this, and maybe it's just moving some assets around and that kind of stuff. And I do hope that's the case. It's an interesting game because you look at the desert and everybody's like, it looks pretty bland, but then you look at some of the other areas and it's like there's so much here. The textures are amazing. The environment looks amazing. And
it's hard to believe it's a Switch 1 game.
At times,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm curious how much Switch 1 footage we've seen.
Sure.
So
for sure.
But yeah, I'm all in. I'm awesome. Like, I got, like, the Cadillac headphones, the lights are going off. I'm like,
nice.
I don't exist once that game drops for a while, so I'm excited.
That's the way to do it. And I think you made some really good points. I feel like my hope for this game is that it at least breaks even. Knowing the development cycle, I think breaking even is a massive win. This is a game they've been developing for a full generation. Started with one team, started over with a new team. That's a ton of money just out the window. So breaking even with a broken development cycle that required a full reset with another company, to me, that's a huge deal. Because then it's like, well, if we had just started with Retro, we would have made some good profit on this one. That's a good sign. I do wish that Nintendo stuck with the tried and true from the get-go. Obviously we'd be having a different conversation now. Less money thrown into development, but Primal.
Sorry, my mic
thoughts
is
on, sorry, no thoughts on Metroid Prime 4. How you're feeling about it right now? Are you optimistic or pessimistic about sales when it launches? And do you think we'll get a direct, just an overview trailer, or some sort of special Nintendo Today breakdown of everything?
I think a direct is coming. Fairly confident in that. So I think that's going to happen. I think it needs to happen. I think this game needs more explanation. They do it for Xenoblade. They did it for Kirby Air Riders twice. It's coming. It's just, maybe they'll let the dust settle on Age of Imprisonment this week. Nothing wrong with that. There's plenty of time to still squeeze in a direct. That said, I'm really excited for the game. Of course, I was excited the moment the logo popped up in 2017. And then when Retro Studios got it back, well, Retro Studios has never done me wrong yet with a game. Now I understand it's mostly a new team, and there's reasons they haven't been able to get a game out since Tropical Freeze, but it doesn't matter because this game is coming out now, and I've liked everything about it. I haven't gone hands-on with it, but I know Stash did. I watched his video and his impressions on that. Was very, very pleased with what I was hearing. I don't know that I've ever been more curious to try a mouse mode in my life than in a game that has haptic feedback in the mouse while you're firing it. I haven't really experienced that yet on Switch 2. Not truly. It's just basic rumble, which is not the same thing. So I'm very curious on that. And then, honestly, the marketing for the game is just, it's been kind of crap, I think, to reach a bigger audience. So when we're talking about the sales aspect, look, it's already a series that doesn't have a lot of appeal. I think it being on Switch 1 and Switch 2 will help. It being a holiday title, I think, will actually help because they're heavily promoting this. Almost harder than they were promoting Metroid Dread when it came out. Which kind of got side promotion to, hey, we're launching Switch OLED. So I'm very, very curious on the sales. I personally don't know that this is going to sell more than 5 million. I think if it gets to 5 million, I think that's a good number. I don't know if that makes the game profitable. That's one of those things that they've spent a lot on this game. Everything we've been hearing, $100 million plus on this game. It means you got to sell a lot, and we'll see on that front. It could just be one of those where Nintendo doesn't care, because my biggest concern is if it doesn't sell enough, will we get another one? But then
that's my fear.
There's also Nintendo could be like, well, hey, we subsidize to have games like this with our other games that don't cost as much, but we know sell a hell of a lot more, like Mario Kart, So it's interesting to see if that's a mindset they have, and they just think Metroid's that important. Because if we're completely honest, they've canceled franchises that were selling around what Metroid was selling, like F-Zero, and yet they've kept Metroid around despite it not really selling well. And the thing is, it's not just not selling well, it's how expensive it is to make it. Kirby doesn't sell incredibly well, but it's not that expensive of a game to make. Now, that changed a little bit with Forgotten Land, but that also was one where it looks like they invested a bit more in that one than we're used to seeing with the side-scrolling adventures. So I'm very curious. I think a lot's riding on it. I don't know. I know Nintendo does not like the way Western studios make games. They're very much not into this whole way that we do it over here. Temporary contract employees, boosting budgets, cutting people after, not keeping your talent. They don't really like how that works here, but I always say this, part of the reason it is that way, and I know this from me working in a similar related field in tech and my dad having to deal with this stuff as well. People that work in this field like their freedom, and you don't have any more freedom than when you're a contract employee. You control where you work, when you work. You get to write those details. And you might not have the perk of job stability and stuff like that, which, and the way today's world's working, I'm not so sure there'd be job stability regardless today. But even going back, before AI was really pushing a lot of jobs out the door. So I think Metroid Prime 4 is going to do just fine. I think, and that's all I really expect. I don't think it's going to do crazy numbers this holiday. If this thing does crazy and goes 10 million plus, no, you're not going to find anyone more happy than me. Not because I make that money, but because that means we're going to get a hell of a lot more investment in Metroid going forward. That's what that would mean. So if you wonder why customers sometimes care about sales, it's because they want more. And you don't get it if it doesn't sell enough. All right.
Very nice. Let's go over to Eric. I know you gave a little, you're not the biggest Metroid fan, but thoughts at least on how you think this will perform based on what we've seen so far. How optimistic are you about a direct, or do you think it'll be, just kind of like an overview trailer or a Nintendo Today announcement? What are your feelings on this one right now?
Yeah. I mean, it almost has to have a direct. I mean, there are plenty of people out there that don't know what these types of games are. And, the direct gets it out there. It shows people the game itself. I know, trailers can do that and stuff like that, but this directs actually show, get gameplay out there, things like that. So it almost just has to have a direct. If it doesn't and things keep trickling out the way they are, I don't know. It could sell okay, but it's just one of those things that I think there's a lot of people out there that just don't know what this game is.
Yeah.
So, right now, if things are to continue the way it is, if 3 million sells, is that good? I don't know. Because I think that's right about what, 1 did. Maybe a little bit less than that, but, but if they get a direct out there, they kind of show what this game's about, this type of thing, that type of thing, and get kind of the hype flowing. I think they can actually push that up a little bit.
Yep.
So it's kind of it's one of those that it just kind of feels like it needs a direct just because we need to know what this game's about.
Absolutely. I think that's the most important question that Nintendo needs to answer. What is Metroid Prime? Because the fact of the matter is most people don't know what Metroid Prime is.
Right. And
most people probably think it's a first-person shooter.
Right. I don't know what it fully is either. And the only reason why I halfway know is because I'm friends with you guys and I've seen, a little bit of trailers. I've seen, I've watched a little bit of gameplay here and there.
Sure.
But a lot of casual gamers are not going to know. They're going to look at it and go, yeah, okay, this is your standard this game, and just completely assume a bunch of things that may not be correct.
Yeah, if you're 15 to 25 and you've never played or heard of Metroid Prime in your life, which odds of that are very high, and you see it in one of the directs that we've gotten, yeah, your assumption of what the game is probably like a 99% chance wrong of what kind of experience you're going to be getting. But let's move on to the Stash Man, because I know you've got some thoughts on this one.
Yeah. So this is my overall thoughts here on Prime.
Yeah, Prime, basically, just how you're feeling about it so far. Your expectations, are they optimistic or pessimistic on how it will perform sales-wise? And additionally, are you still a believer that we'll be receiving like a Metroid-focused direct? Or do you think at this point it's more likely that we'll see maybe just an overview trailer or some sort of special Nintendo Today announcement or series of announcements for it? Obviously, Nintendo's ramped up the marketing now, but kind of just gauging your expectations and feelings.
Okay. I feel really good about it. Obviously, I played it, really enjoyed it. Would have loved to have played more of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think when you're in a setting like that, we all know that from, going to PAX, when there's all these games to play, and you would have stayed and played more if you could have, says a lot. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. So I feel very good about it. I know a lot of people are concerned about the marketing. And look, if we go back to some of our previous episodes, we talked about this as well. What I had said is I expect marketing to begin 30 days, a calendar month. That's exactly what happened. We just got it. It just started. That the timeline's perfect. There's other games still coming out. We got Hyrule Warriors tomorrow. We got Kirby coming out, and then it's Metroid. Okay. So if you market the heck out of Metroid, but then you don't Kirby, what does that say about Kirby? We kind of have to get these things out the door because they're all jumbled up so closely together. Each one needs a certain amount of spotlight to maximize performance. And so I expect more marketing from Metroid. I do still believe that it's very logical for a direct to happen. I think even if Nintendo at some point wasn't planning on doing a direct, and
real quick, sorry, Thunderstash. Josh has to bounce. Josh, do you want to plug your channel really quick and say a heartfelt goodbye?
A heartfelt goodbye. Yes, thank you guys so much. I'm so sorry for my voice tonight. This cold's just been kicking my ass, unfortunately. So, yeah, seriously, thanks for having me. I really do appreciate it. I'm N64 Josh everywhere. Yeah, YouTube, TikTok, all the places, and do a Nintendo podcast called the Nintendo Powercast. That can be found everywhere. So appreciate you guys so much, and we'll see you very soon.
Feel better,
awesome,
man.
Brother.
All
Feel
right,
better.
later.
Cheers. All right.
Trying to remember what I was saying. Yeah, so the direct.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's very logical still for a direct. And what I was saying is I think if it, hypothetically, if maybe Nintendo wasn't planning on doing one, which I do believe they are, but if they weren't, and then they saw the success that the direct for DK Bonanzas brought, I feel like that would be proof enough to change the tune and to have a direct if at some point they weren't, right? Again, you look at the amount of money though spent over the several years of development, and it costs no money to have a Nintendo Direct. When I say no money, yes, you have to pay employees to put this thing together. Okay, but this isn't like you're paying to have a Super Bowl commercial. This is your platform, man. You created a direct. You created the direct to consumer communication with the Nintendo Directs. You don't have to pay a fee to yourself to have a Nintendo Direct. So logically, yes, I don't know why in the heck you would not have one with the amount of money spent. And again, I think it's really important for people to understand that this is a first-person adventure Metroidvania. And you need to figure out how to explain that. And the sooner you can figure out how to explain what the genre is, so people don't compare it to Halo like they did back in the day, or Destiny today. It's like, no, dude, these games aren't even close to each other. Zero comparison. A better comparison would be like Indiana Jones. That's a first-person adventure, right? It's got puzzles in it. There's way more comparison there. So, I think that would be a very good move. And again, I still think it's going to happen. I think we have enough time. again, everyone's talking timelines, but we got to get Kirby out the door as well. And marketing just started. Marketing starts 30 days. And that's where we're at. And so all good there. As far as sales, right? As far as how I think it's going to perform. I am going to say I think it will sell over 5 million. I can tell you why. Okay. A couple reasons that we need to factor in. Okay. One, get it out of the door. It's on 2 platforms. Okay. You have the Switch 1 install base and the Switch 2. We know that. But again, it should be said again. Here's the other part that I don't think people are thinking about, but I'm thinking about because I'm always thinking about this. And it's that I've always said this. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Metroid Prime 2 and 3 come to Switch 2. And again, you go back to my Metroid video, Switch 2 experience. As soon as I used the mouse controls, I turned around to Michaela and said, oh, okay. I 100% know that Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 will all come to Switch 2. Metroid Prime 1 remastered will get 4K mouse controls at it. And Metroid Prime 1 and 2 will come to Switch 2. Because once you feel it, once you control it, you know. I literally knew immediately. So this is going to happen. And with that belief, knowing that, okay, we're going to have Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 on Switch 2 in 4K. And 2 and 3, whatever form they come in, right? I'm not concerned about that. They'll look fine. It's about the gameplay. It's about the mouse Joy-Con controls. But having all of those on Switch 2 will propel Prime 4. That's my mindset, in that they will all work together. They all feed off of each other. I also look at, this is the first holiday. So Prime's out early. I mean, it's out in the first 6 months. That's a big deal. That's a big deal for evergreen status. And again, if you get it out like it is in the first 6 months, and you bring out Prime 1, 2, and 3 with the Switch 2 treatment, and then they make an announcement that they're going to be doing Prime 5, which, again, we've heard those rumors. That gives people something to buy into. Okay, so all of the Metroids are on Switch 2. So if I have a Switch 2, I can get all of them. They're all in 4K now. They're all running 60 FPS or 1080, 120. It's got the mouse Joy-Con controls. All right, I'm in. I'm going to jump in and do this. I'm going to play all of these. They're building something here. I can see the trajectory. I get 4 games. There's a 5th one that they're working on. I want to buy into this world of Metroid. I think you'll get a lot of people who do that. So, again, I think the keys to Metroid is the Direct's really important. It's not make or break, but I do think it's important. And if their marketing team can figure out how to explain that Metroid is a first-person adventure game, or a first-person Metroidvania adventure. This is your genre. You co-authored this genre with Castlevania. You need to figure out how to tell people what this genre is. And that it's a Metroidvania, but in first person. But you need to figure out how to talk to people on their level, on their terms, to get them to understand. Easier said than done, because it's people have been getting it twisted since Metroid Prime. on GameCube. So it's not a job for me. But yeah, I think more than 5 mil. I do. It's gonna go evergreen. That's where I'm at.
I mean, that's music to my ears. Even 5 million, I'd be so happy with.
It'll be the highest selling Metroid.
To me, whether passing 5 million means profit or not. Like, let's just say it hits about 6 million sold. It's like 5.8 or 5.7. I feel like even if due to like the rough development history, I feel like Nintendo would view that as a win. I feel like they'd be like, holy shit, this new Metroid game just about cracked 6 million. Most in series history by a landslide. Maybe we're onto something here. Maybe we finally found an audience for it. And that's really exciting. I mean, I do agree with things that you've said on the podcast in the past. As far as I do think it would have made more sense for Nintendo to get the 2 and 3 remaster or even up-resed versions of those games, whether it's on NSO or on the eShop.
You know what I thought about?
It's
another boost.
Sure.
To release it after.
Yeah.
So you have the initial excitement now, and then you release the other two after, and then that puts Metroid once again into social media, into search engine results. It gives it another pop for each time you do it. That might be the case.
Yeah, no, it very well could be. I think the smartest thing that they could do is just don't shadow drop it, please. Please don't shadow drop Metroid stuff going forward. I really think that hurt Prime 1 Remastered. I think with a niche title like that doesn't have a wide audience, I feel like they should have hyped it up. Like, this is a game. This is a game of the last century. One of the most beloved, most critically acclaimed, highest reviewed. Like, hype it up. This is a huge deal.
It was during COVID, right?
Yeah. But I don't know. I think I've been the most vocal on Prime 4's marketing with a little bit of my disappointment. And honestly, it really just comes from the place of a fan who really wants Prime to succeed. I'm really scared. I'm really scared of this being like, at least we went, like, it gets great reviews but sells crap, and it's like, at least we went out with a bang. And obviously I'll be happy to get traditional Metroid, from there on out. They're always phenomenal experiences. But this is such a unique and special series. There's nothing else like it. There's no first person shooter like this at all. And the amount of influence that this series has had in terms of like level design and exploration and that feeling of loneliness and isolation and just the cool places that they could still go with this series. I really, really want it to succeed. So when I voiced my concerns, it's been me understanding the normal Nintendo cadence of, we have our games announced each time one releases, then we focus that next month on the next game, marketing that one, pushing that one, and that one releases, and then we move on to the next one. I've felt, and this is just from a place of love and fear for the series. I felt that, well, maybe this is one example of an exception where, because of the cost to make this game, because of how niche it is, and most people who own a Switch have never played Metroid. Maybe this is an exception where we should go a little bit harder with this one throughout the next, maybe even a 3-month push, But I don't know. I'm not an expert in marketing. I feel like I have a good grip on some stuff. There is a strategy. There are professionals in charge of this stuff, people who are supposed to be experts. So I put my faith in them. I trust them. regarding the future marketing, I fully expect. I've been saying it all year long. There needs to be a Metroid Prime 4 Direct. I stand by that. I think it would be an extreme disservice to the game to just do an overview trailer or drop something on Nintendo today. This game needs that push that they gave Donkey Kong Bonanza. And lastly, I don't know how much sense this makes from Nintendo's perspective, because obviously we just got a bundle with Pokemon, but I would love for them to announce a Metroid Prime bundle. It would be at the beginning of December that the game comes out. That's just in time for any last-minute shoppers buying for the holiday. The Pokemon ones, I fully expect to sell out. That means that you have an option to buy a Switch 2 with a discounted Switch 2 game, and people to go, well, hey, I've never played a Metroid game. I've never heard of this series, but it comes with the bundle. It's only $50 instead of $70 normally. Yeah, I'll check it out. It just seems like a good move to get this game in the hands of someone who wouldn't go to the store and buy it or hop on the eShop and buy it. But that's just me.
Yeah, I like that. I was thinking about a bundle as well, and I also like kind of look at down the road too. Once we get the other Metroids, I mean, what if you did a bundle with more than one Metroid?
Sure.
I mean, think about it. You look at what Capcom's doing with Resident Evil. They're bundling 7 and 8 for $10 each with all the DLC.
Right.
Who's to say Nintendo can't do something similar with Metroid, especially when you had Metroid Prime Remastered come out at $40. So that's another way to get Metroid in the hands of people, and to really get them bought in is like, yo, we're giving you a great value, right?
Yeah.
I look at that. I also look at, I know Nintendo doesn't do anything for it traditionally, but it is Metroid's 40th next year as well. And the other thing I look at, which I believe Nintendo is proud of, is that they have, as far as video games, they have the original female protagonist.
Yep.
And I think there's something to be said for that. Even the way they unveiled it back in the day, there's something to be said for how they've went about it, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, and I think that's important. I don't see Metroid going anywhere.
Yeah.
Again, Nate, like you mentioned, there's some games that might cost less money to develop, and obviously it sells like crazy, and they're able to subsidize projects like Metroid. And maybe that's the case, right? And that's fine. If that's what you want to do internally, if that's how you do it, that's how you make the numbers work, do it. But I think they're really proud of Metroid. And I do still think they have big plans for Metroid. And, there is also that question mark of if you ever have any sort of movie or TV show, then those numbers take off.
Oh yeah, dude. It happens every time.
Every time.
Every time. It doesn't even matter the game. Cyberpunk. Remember when the anime came out and then numbers skyrocketed? I forget what the percent. It was insane. Fallout, same thing. Even 76 skyrocketed, and that's a game that most of the community hated.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And that's why we're getting it on Switch 2, obviously.
Witcher 3, the Witcher series, skyrocketed again years after it came out because of the Witcher Netflix TV show.
They all do. People look to see how can I play these games, just like this Mario Galaxy movie. That's why the game's out. That's why we have it. That's why it's on Switch. That's why it runs better on Switch 2. You capture both install bases. And when they go see the movie, they're going to go buy the game. That game is going to sell like crazy at $70. And the average consumer is going to walk away saying that's a good deal. And then when they play it, they're going to say that was a great deal after they beat it. So they're going to be like, dude, these games are amazing. I basically paid $35 each for these. That's unheard of. And again, meanwhile, the gamers, the hardcore gamers, think it's a terrible deal and greedy. It's so funny.
And I mean, another thing to get the game into people's hands, they already have it created. Drop your demo. Zora said it in chat, and I was thinking that just before they said it. You already have it created. Drop the demo. Push the demo. You know, Nintendo Today app, say, hey, we got the demo going. You know, anywhere you got going, just announce that you have the demo.
You got to. And same thing, you know, I said it in my Metroid video. And I said it on our podcast right after I came back from Switch 2 experience that they got to get a demo on the eShop so people can experience this, because that will really help people understand like how cool this is, how the haptics feel in mouse mode. Yeah, like it's be highly, highly beneficial. And also make it a demo that carries into the full game, because everybody loves that.
Yeah.
Even I was just thinking, because, you know, I mentioned a bundle. I think a bundle would be ideal. I think it would be really cool, especially if they gave it a themed dock. But they could even bundle this game with a Joy-Cons, like official, not third-party Joy-Cons, like actual official limited edition Metroid Joy-Cons.
Remember that mock-up?
And yeah, dude.
Nice.
That would push sales. People would buy it who don't care about the game just to collect the Joy-Cons. And then guess what? Oh, I might as well play the game. I bought it. But I mean, I know that those Resident Evil Switch controllers became readily available again, but they did sell out the first night on the Nintendo store.
Yeah.
The next morning they were unavailable, completely sold out. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like any sort of bundle it with a Pro controller, bundle it with themed Joy-Cons. Dude, that's a win.
Themed Joy-Cons would be cool because, you know, again, we saw was in the holiday commercial, or was it the overview trailer where the person was playing in mouse mode?
I think it was the overview trailer.
But
or no, it was in the commercial.
Yeah, so in the commercial they show the hardcore gamer, right, playing Madden with the Pro controller. They show the casuals playing in the other mode, and then they show the tabletop mode, right?
Yep.
In mouse Joy-Con.
Yep.
Tabletop, or not tabletop, but mouse mode is going to be really important. Like crucial for people to experience. And so it makes sense to do custom Joy-Cons, since that's what you're holding in your hand. And hey, those Metroid Joy-Cons, guess what? You can use them on Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 also. Because those are coming to Switch 2 with mouse Joy-Con controls. That's why it would make sense for me to have Joy-Cons custom and not a Pro controller. I think they go Joy-Cons.
I got one better for you. They release a special Nintendo Switch 2 mouse, ball mouse, not the cookie mouse, ball mouse, and it's a morph ball. It's a morph ball.
Sick.
Dude, how sick would that be? So cool. It wouldn't be as practical as a traditional mouse, but
you know,
so rad.
A desk mat would have been cool as like a pre-order bonus, but I also think Nintendo doesn't want people to think it's required to be tethered to a desk. Just like with Dragon's Drive. Same thing.
Right.
They want to make it really clear that you can use this on your pant legs. Use it anywhere. You don't need to be at a desk. And it's true, you don't have to. You can literally use it on your leg and it works great, oddly enough. But meanwhile, Pokemon came with a desk mat. Explain that one. But I don't know. But they need to make sure people understand how great this mouse mode is.
Yeah.
The tools are there for them to be successful and to propel Metroid to the next level. They have all the marketing tools. You know, like the things we're rattling off as fans, people do this for a living. You best know this stuff, right? This is your career. You went to school for this. Surely you can come up with better ideas than we are off the cuff.
Yeah.
Or at least the ideas we've came up with. Right?
Yeah, they're getting paid to do it. a lot of money.
Yeah, we're just shooting from the hip here, coming up with ideas, and I think they're all good ideas that would work out well.
Decent to good.
Yeah, so
you got someone in the board meeting. You got someone in the board meeting. What if we did nothing?
Right.
Like, oh wow, that's brilliant. Yeah, I like the nothing idea.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We'll just let the fans take over. Word of mouth advertising. That's it.
Listen, the fate of this game is in all your hands in the audience tonight. And if you're not down with Metroid, then
I thought it was in our hands because they only buy things we tell them to.
No, our job is to gaze into the power.
All right. Well, Eric, what's our last topic, man?
Okay. Switch 2 is shit. Did you say
Switch 2 is
Whoa!
shit?
Whoa!
Breaking news.
Whoa!
Breaking news.
Whoa!
Switch 2 owners are shifting more towards digital purchases quicker than Switch owners did. We'll get the thing shared up here. Share screen. Yeah. All right.
Of note, this was a conversation, I believe, with Spawnwave with Matt Piscatella.
Okay.
You can just keep scrolling down.
Huh?
Keep scrolling down. The quotes are right there.
Yeah, just the one quote there.
Well, yeah.
So Circana's Matt Piscatella had this quote here. Nintendo is the last remaining of the physical forward publishers, and even they are starting to make that flip, at least in the US. Other parts of the world may be different. Nintendo still maintains a physical focus and retailer focus as where the other manufacturers have kind of effectively or nearly effectively moved on to a greater degree. There is a dedicated buyer that loves physical, but like you said, it's that mix is continuing to shift. And with the most recent Switch model, we are seeing that the shift happening a little bit faster, even on Nintendo. So, what are you guys' thoughts with Nintendo people actually switching more towards digital games now faster than what they were with the Switch?
Inevitable.
I mean, yeah, fair enough.
Not just game key cards and all that. Obviously, that probably helps accelerate things a little bit with the third-party stuff. But the reasons, and like HMK was just on earlier, and he was like complaining, because like he doesn't want to be viewed as a guy that doesn't like physical games, but reality is he buys a lot of digital games, and he was like going to buy Age of Imprisonment digitally. And a lot of that has to do with him trying to like not have this perception that he's this huge digital supporter, but he said it himself, it's just convenience, not having to carry cartridges around, not having to, worry about things. The only thing you have to worry about is, do I have the game installed or not? Because of the storage that is pretty expensive. But it's quite interesting because I feel like we're in this world where Nintendo is just trying to navigate how other companies have kind of progressed towards the digital age. Be it, doing streaming services, right? Both PlayStation and Xbox offer streaming services. You don't even have to buy their consoles. You can just subscribe to the streaming services and play the games. Or be it just users at home deciding for themselves that physical is just a little too cumbersome. And I can tell you right now, in my life, especially with the handheld systems that usually have the smaller cartridges, just like Switch and Switch 2 do, I've lost games, like physically lost them in travel and other things. Whether people might have been screwing with my shit, whether it's my kids, whether a dog ate one or some shit. So, and I know I'm not the only one. Kids especially are losing shit all the time. You know, you can't lose a digital copy because it's attached to your account. You have your Switch stolen, you can still log into your account and get your games back. So a lot of people just do this convenience thing because everything else in their life is also digital. Your phones, the way we consume TV is now streaming instead of, you know, some people like me are still a little old school and have direct TV, but for the most part, a lot of people have moved on streaming services. The way that you consume all your apps on your phone, everything is about digital, and yet we have this carryover of physical. And I'm glad it exists, and I don't think it's going away. Like, I think the next PlayStation will have a way to play physical games. The next Xbox, maybe not so much, but maybe they'll sell an accessory that lets you do it too. But I just feel like we are hitting this stage of this is going to happen regardless, basically. Like, it's more profitable for the company selling games. It's more convenient for most consumers. And people that are like old heads that, hey, physical is the way, I'm going to be done playing video games once physical dies. Yeah, we're the old heads. We're the generation that's slowly not starting to matter as much to these companies. We're not the up and coming that's going to be making them money 30 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they think way ahead on this stuff. They want to have all the profits and all the money. Best way to do that is to be digital. Best way to do that is to condition everyone that digital is the way by every other device in your life, normalizing it. So it's not surprising. Even then, it's still a lower percentage than the other consoles. But the other consoles also release digital-only platforms. So.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just say this. Like, a lot of people get mad at Nintendo over game key cards. I just want to bring up this point. I find this to be just a stupidly ironic point. When people get mad at Nintendo over game key cards, and they're screaming about, this is an option, this isn't true physical, you know, fuck Nintendo. Why aren't you saying fuck Sony and Xbox for releasing digital-only consoles? That's pushing digital-only way more than fucking game key cards are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, significantly more. That is a bigger pusher to all digital than game key.
The PlayStation, the PlayStation Pro didn't even have a disc drive. Like, there was no model with a disc drive. You buy it's an add-on.
Yeah. Now what is it? $750 and like $100 for the add-on. So now it's $850. Yeah, people are gonna say fuck that $100 and just stay digital. You know? I don't know. That's the way I've always kind of felt on it. And you know, we've had Stash talk on this stuff before because he's obviously a huge physical guy, has lots of physical games. You see it all around him. He's surrounded by a lifetime of physical collecting. But he's talked about it before, man. Digital, okay, well, I'm here for the games. In the end, it's about the games. It's not about the format. The format is a convenience one way or another. You can talk about ownership, how they can rip servers down, all that stuff. And I've always kind of find it funny when people talk about, you know, game preservation. Oh, they could take my games away from me. Okay, well, by the time those games are taken away from me, let's say Nintendo shuts down Nintendo Switch servers or even the Wii download servers, because if you didn't know, you can still download your digital Wii games. Let's say they shut that shit down in 20 years, 30 years. And not only am I at the point that I'm so old that I probably don't give a fuck anyways, so I'm just be happy if I still remember the game. Setting that aside, all these games will be available online readily, easily able to play for free, just like all the NES and SNES games are. Like, whether or not it's legal doesn't matter. It's going to be readily available, easily emulated. That access is going to be there. It's kind of a bullshit excuse. So this is modern gaming. Things are getting preserved way more in modern gaming than they were back in the day. I'm not worried about it. That's what I'm saying. Like it's life. And yeah, it is really convenient at times to be on an airplane with turbulence and not have to be fumbling with cartridges to switch between games. Like there's just conveniences to it. Yeah, there's pitfalls. There's positives and negatives to everything, but I'm fine with it. It doesn't really bother me that much. And that's why I have some physical games, I have some digital. I don't even know game to game what I'm going to do. It's more so what's convenient in the moment. If I'm at a store one day when a game comes out and I'm like, oh, cool, yeah, I'll just pick it up. I'm here. If I'm at home and I got shit going on and the game drops and I don't want to play it later, well, I'm going to fucking download it and have it installing while I'm working so I can play it when I'm done. It's all just about convenience. I like both formats.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tough one for me. I've been a lifelong physical collector, and it's been very difficult for me to transition to the digital age with video games. When there's a release and I have the option, I always go physical. I haven't bought any key cards, but what I have done is bought Switch 1 versions of games and then done the charge to upgrade to the Switch 2 version. That being said, I envy everyone who's just made the jump, the full plunge, for multiple reasons. Obviously, the reason that Prime mentioned, convenience. It is a lot more simple. It is a lot more convenient. There is less likelihood of losing something or having to worry about what you brought, what you didn't brought when you're traveling. Having your whole library in one place at all times with your system is an amazing convenience. All you have to worry about is storage. That's literally all you have to worry about. The other reason and the bigger reason why I envy people who have jumped to the full digital age, and this is something that I've brought up multiple times on the podcast, and it's something that I've been thinking about for a long time, is, guys, if you've made the jump to digital, to full digital, you're smarter. You're smarter than physical collectors. Not to knock physical collectors. I'm one myself. You're smarter because eventually physical collectors are going to be left behind. Eventually, there will be a console that does not have a physical card drive or physical disk drive in it and does not offer an attachment. That is an eventual inevitability. Could be next gen, could be the gen after. We don't know. I'm sure it's going to happen sooner with Sony and Microsoft, considering they already push mostly consoles without disk drives. So I would not be surprised to hear that Sony's next console does not have a disk drive, or it's the last time that you could buy the add-on. So what does that mean for physical collectors? Well, it means that if you didn't convert to digital and they make that hard shift to digital only, everything that you've bought, you don't have a backwards system anymore. You cannot play any of the games that you bought physically on any new hardware going forward, period. Going digital ensures that permanent, obviously there's exceptions to that. There's worries about, servers shutting down and companies going out of business and the complications of, like, do you actually own the stuff? But the main point here is that eventually you're going to be left behind. And I do worry about that. I do wonder, what's Nintendo's next console going to be? Will it use cartridges? Will they go back to discs? Is it going to be digital only? Are they going to do the mini discs like GameCube did? Who knows? It's Nintendo. They're madmen and women over there. But yeah, so I've been trying to train myself. And so my thing has been this gen, I buy all first party stuff physical. That's what I've been doing. I've bought Mario Kart World physical, Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm buying Hyrule Warriors, even though technically that's not first party. It's still Zelda. So, and then games like Yakuza, series that I love. It's third party. They do the game key card. I'm like, you know what? I don't need a key card. I have a physical of this on PlayStation 4. I'm going to do the digital. So I've been doing like third party digital, with the exception I don't know why this specific exception. HD 2D RPGs, I want physical. So I have the Switch one plus the enhancements of Dragon Quest 3, which I started playing. I'll be doing the same thing with Dragon Quest 1 and 2. I want physical of these beautiful, timeless HD 2D JRPGs. Anything that's a special JRPG. I bought physical for Trails in the Sky Chapter 1. I really wanted physical for that.
Yeah.
So there is some exceptions, but I hope to get myself eventually to just be full digital to make the plunge. I have a beautiful collection of games across all platforms, mostly Nintendo and Sony and Sega. You can't see it's on this wall. I'm really happy with what I have. And so this room is packed with nostalgia and special memories, memories of my childhood, memories with friends, memories that I've made on this podcast, games that have released since I've joined Nintenbyte. I've got a lot of really special things that I don't plan on selling. You know, a lot of people collect for profit. You know, I hope to leave this stuff to my kids, and I hope they never sell it, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, this is gaming history. It's a subject I'm very passionate about. So it's hard. It's hard to let go, but I do feel like it's getting closer and closer for the game bird to embrace the future and spread his digital wings and fly. At least Nintendo's not selling NFTs, you know?
Yeah.
Be thankful for that.
Yeah,
So
don't give them ideas.
that's my 2 cents. And then the last point, unrelated to my personal feelings, guys, it just makes sense. Not even the fact that that's just the trend, but guys, this is a hybrid console. For if there's one system of the big three that makes sense to push digital, it's Switch and Switch 2, the hybrid console, the one that you take everywhere, the one that doesn't just sit at home all day, every day with all your games right next to it. So I don't know. It's you should be thankful that they've held on as long as they have, considering the format of their console. The smartest thing they could have done was just release a digital only handheld. But
okay. Stash.
Yeah. Been saying it a lot. I'm ready. When the day comes, I'm ready. If it was today, I'm ready. Similar to the sentiment Gamebird shared, I have a massive collection. I'm very happy with it. They're full of memories. And you guys can't see above the Switch games, but above it is all, you know, my NES games, Super Nintendo, N64. And yeah, I got games that aren't on the shelf that are in boxes. I'm good. Yeah, I'm totally good. Obviously there's positive things about having digital as well. There's pros and cons to everything in life. I think the biggest pro for digital for me is just getting the game early.
Yeah, the big one.
Not having to go to Best Buy and saying, hey, where's my pre-order? Oh, are you sure you went pre-ordered at this location? No, I forgot where I am.
Or
I don't even know how I drove here.
Have it shipped to your house and then arrive late or be delayed. That sucks too. I know some people got lucky and got age of imprisonment early today, and that's great. But you know who didn't have to worry about that? Anyone who bought it digitally. They've been playing it for a couple hours now.
Yeah.
In the US.
So, you know, that's a pro to me. I think that's the biggest pro. I don't care about carrying a ton of games with me, because if I'm taking my Switch 2 with me somewhere, I know what I'm playing generally.
Yeah.
And we'll see how much time I even have to play that kind of thing, because I'm traveling. I'm going somewhere where I'm expected to present myself, you know, in person and talk with people.
And not
and
just
conversate. Yeah, like I'm present here. So when I'm traveling and play, it's literally on the plane and before you board the plane and on the plane ride home. where I can, get in some hours on a review that I'm working on. So like when I do it, it's like it's very targeted. As in like, hey, I'm working on this game for review. If I'm working on a game for review, I'm not playing anything else. Right? Because it's like starting a job and then stopping and then starting a different job each time you put a different game in. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do one job, finish it, move on to the next. So for me, that doesn't really matter. I know it does for some people. I know some people that find it very hard to change cartridges. Like to pull one cartridge out and put another one in. I know that's a major inconvenience for people in 2025. I find it
I will say
mind-boggling.
one thing. I will say one thing. People that have dexterity issues with the Switch OLED because they got rid of the little notch to open the flap, that thing fucking sucks though. Like it's really bad. It's not a problem on Switch 2, but I'm like, I can't believe that even made it out to the customers. Nobody noticed that like anyone that's got like bad arthritis might not be able to open the flap.
Yeah.
Good.
That's a good point. Yeah, so look, this has been a long time coming. We've talked about it several times before on the podcast. I've talked about it on my channel. Long time coming. I think we're fortunate to still have physical right now. How much longer Nintendo does it, it's up to them. I do personally see it being a huge benefit for Nintendo to, at some point, being the only console manufacturer that has a retail presence outside of a console, right? Xbox has no retail presence anymore. It's being taken out everywhere. I talked about it being taken out at my local Best Buy last year. Everyone's like, oh, no. They're probably just reorganizing. I'm like, no, I talked to them. He's the Xbox rep. It's gone. That was a year ago. And now here we are, and Costco's getting rid of it and everyone else, right? But it's Sony and Nintendo right now. So one guy is out the door. Now it's just down to two that parents are going to be looking at. And when you look at Nintendo and how Nintendo gets into the hands of people, right? It's a highly giftable product, right? How many people have gotten Nintendo for a birthday, Christmas, video games, you name it, for holidays? And so Nintendo being at the store is super important. Now, look, they can do things like put the little like gift cards. Like Best Buy is doing that now. It's like the little digital card of Mario Kart.
PC games have done that for a long time.
Yeah, so they could do that, right? But again, there's something to be said for the physical media aspect, and Nintendo's got to know that the people who grew up with it. I'm 40. Nintendo came out 40 years ago. I think we still got a long time we're going to be playing games. And they know we grew up with physical games. And that if we have kids, we probably tell our kids to buy physical. Like they know their market. And I understand, of course, with the numbers that, people are buying more digital now so far on the Switch 2. And there are some factors. I'm sure the keycard hate campaigns that are online, they play a small role, honestly. Because this always happens. It's just like the drop the price, folks. It only has so much impact, when you're living in an echo chamber. But the people that are going to the store, they don't know the difference. They're not going to read that text through the glass cage. They're going to grab the game and take it to the register. And that's that. So Nintendo has a unique opportunity because if PlayStation gets out with the PS6, you could be the lone wolf. Right? You could be the last of the Mohicans at retail. Dude, that would be badass. Like, if I'm Nintendo, I'm like, if we outlast all of them, like, we get this whole retail space to ourselves. And then if we're the last ones, they might want to make our section bigger now, and we don't even have to negotiate anything. They're asking us. We're not asking them.
Yeah, that's a wild thought, thinking about walking into a Best Buy, a Target, a Walmart, or a GameStop in the entire... Imagine going into a GameStop and it's just Nintendo.
Yes.
Right.
Kurt. Yeah, that's the thing, man. You go to GameStop, yeah, just Nintendo, Best Buy, Target, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, you name it. That's a big deal. That's a big deal to be the only option. So I think Nintendo is probably taking a hard look at that as well. I really do.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things at play. But for me personally, whatever way it goes, I am good. I'm good. I am happy. I am satisfied with the collection. I'm more than satisfied.
Do you ever look at your collection and feel a sense of pride, Thunder? Or maybe pride's not the word.
Yeah, I would say I look at it. It's obviously very nostalgic. All of it, especially like the Nintendo games up above. Because I've had those, I've been collecting them since I was a kid. And, I started like working at a very young age to start buying video games, right? Again, I didn't go complain to my parents that games are too expensive. I figured out how to start working before, you could at a legal age. So I could make money to buy the games that were expensive that my parents would not buy. Let that be motivation to any of the listeners. Start a lawn mowing business.
Yeah.
Do yard work. Do something, man. There's ways to make money. There is.
Yeah.
Yep. Make it happen.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I love my collection. It gives me a sense of joy and nostalgia. My collection may not be as big as Thunder Stash's or as small as Nintendo Prime's, but it's just the right size for both Eric Moore and my wife. So I'm content.
Yeah.
Well
I'm not stuck in the past or anything, right?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Do I love newspapers?
How big's your Switch 2 physical collection, buddy?
Mine?
No, I'm talking about Game Birds.
Oh.
More than me.
I don't know. Maybe you have more Switch 2 than me. Mine's I don't know. I'd have to count. I could give you an official count next week.
What's the estimate?
Jesus.
Switch 2's been a lot more digital.
You don't literally count to make an estimate.
Let me see how many. I need to count how many fit on a thing.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Eric, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, to me, it's a wash. I buy some digital, I buy some physical. It's kind of willy-nilly on which ones I buy where and when. So to me, I get people that it does matter to, but to me, it really doesn't matter. And I'm not really surprised that Switch 2 owners are going more towards digital at a faster pace than the Switch 1, because a lot of times nowadays there are games that you can only get digitally. So obviously that's going to force more towards, adapting to digital. So
that's a big factor too, is that there's so many games that are digital only and they're never going to get a physical release. So by default, it's going to adopt digital faster because there's
The other
no
option.
other option. And,
Right.
and I'd always like to know how they skew those numbers because, yeah, if there's more digital games now than physical, then yeah, that number is going to change by default. Like, what can you do?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Gamebird, what's your estimate?
My estimate is like 90 to 100.
Switch 2 games.
Oh, Switch 2 games. Sorry, I counted Switch. Switch 2 games. No, Switch 2 games. Like I said, I've only bought the first party stuff.
Oh, well, then I'm kicking your ass.
So you're kicking my ass there. Yeah.
I have some pride back here.
His overall
You're insulting me.
His overall collection. No.
I had to get a little somewhere.
When I heard about your Switch 2 collection, I thought that's massive.
Something's got to be. Let's get to the super chats here. We got Samurai saying bring back NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, NHL hits,
Hell yeah.
Metroid Prime 4 hype, and obviously, we got to make sure we follow it up with Demonic Brawler, keeping the tradition going as well.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Thank you guys keeping that going every single week. Free Metroid Hat says, love seeing you started to collect comics. This is the Game Bird. I love collecting comics and mangas, and I recently got a Zelda Ocarina of Time one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's some good Zelda ones out there. Demonic Brawler. I knew Switch 2 was selling well because I work at a local grocery store with a staff of about 45, and 7 of us own a Switch 2, but I'm the only one that keeps up with Nintendo news online.
Yeah.
I'm hearing more and more stories of like people that didn't own a Switch buying a Switch 2, and I don't think, like, going back to those people that are naysaying the sales, I don't think they're realizing that, yeah, there might be people who own a Switch 1 that are swearing off Switch 2, and that's fine. But are you realizing that, the audience could actually grow past that audience and get new people in?
It will, because of the movies.
It's like, you're acting like the only audience available to Switch 2 is just the Switch audience. It's like, well, no, actually, 16% so far in this critical launch window, when supposedly only the hardcore buy it, are people that didn't even own a Switch. So you can't call them hardcore. Literally, they're like the opposite of hardcore. They held out for 8 years and didn't buy a Switch. I mean, they're definitely not hardcore Nintendo fans, but more and more are picking it up. Maybe they're pleased with what they're seeing with some of these third parties out there and how they're running and looking, and they were just waiting.
Yeah. If we're taking that number of roughly 10 million Switch 2s right now, and 16% of the early adopters are people who never owned a Switch 1, that's wild. That's that's going on 2 million of the 10 million never had a Switch 1. That's good interest. That number is going to go up.
And even when you look at the sales that we know of games, like, people say, oh, nobody's buying third-party games. 10 million sales, what, 20 million software is sold. Well, we know about 12 million of that was 2 games, and that Nintendo has no other million sellers. So nothing else they released sold 1 million. So that still leaves between 6 and 7 million third-party games that have sold. So that's not nothing. Yeah, it might not be Nintendo's numbers, but it's not nothing. That's not quite half. It's like 60-40 split, but we're in the early days.
And people are still finishing up their Nintendo Switch libraries. Sure. They come over and buy some of these Switch 2 games too. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that are doing that.
Some people are just tackling their back catalog, of course. Technically like Game Bird playing Dragon Quest 3 last year. All right. Bam Hut did 10 gifted on my side. Thank you so much. That was the real reason I did the haters tier shot, but it just kind of fit the topic at the time as well. Boo Many says, press 1 if you think Nintendo Prime should disclose how many hours you put in the Henry the Hamster. So I saw a bunch of people pressing 1, and I looked it up. It just says little over 1 hour. So if you thought that you were gonna get some gotcha that I put thousands of hours into this game, I'm gonna tell you I didn't need an hour to tell you the game was dog shit. All I needed was to, and here's what sucks: the developer gave me the game for free, and I feel so bad that I hate it so much because they were so nice to give me a code, and I'm like, dude, this is like the worst fucking game I think I've ever played in my life. It's so bad. But I'm like, whatever. It's been live streamed twice. That's when I played it once off stream. You can actually see it. One thing I like about that, I have to give them a credit on the new app. When you go look at your play thing, it does tell you like every day that you played it and how long you played it on that day. That is really cool. That's some information I didn't realize they were tracking exactly, and that's fun. It's fun data. So I can like see I've only played it a grand total of 4 times, guys. It's only ever been turned on 4 times. And I can prove it.
And one of those was by my kids. No.
Might have been too. It might have been. I don't know. Anyways. Switch After Dark here. Say Sakurai won me over. Don't understand. Oh, this is about Kirby Air Riders. Don't understand the business rationale, but I'm a believer in this game after that last direct. Yeah, he doesn't understand the business rationale of making it the holiday game, but goddamn if it doesn't look good. Like, man, me Nintendo strategy. You know, everyone always accuses Nintendo of milking like their biggest, games. We're gonna milk our biggest IP. That's where we get all our sales every holiday. Well, this holiday, I don't know what are they milking? Zelda with a Warriors game? Like. Nintendo's literally just being like, how about we just put out good games and we just see what happens? Yeah, well, it's not 3D Mario, it's Kirby Air Riders. But let's just make that a good Kirby Air Riders. Let's just make good content and see if the people will come regardless of what we make, as long as we make what we want. I think that gets lost at times when people say, well, why is there no 3D Mario? Why is there no Zelda? Why is there no this? Like, those games are all coming. There's lots of different explanations for why we don't have them yet, but how about this explanation? Can a company just be allowed to make the games they want to make? It's usually when you get the best game by making what they want to make.
Yep.
So it just so happened Kirby Air Riders was that game that collectively wanted to get made, so that's what we have right now. Metroid Prime 4. It's a game Retro Studios wanted to make because they fought to get it back. They had to convince Nintendo to hand them the game back. And I say back because, not because they were the original developers of 4, but because they made 1, 2, and 3. So, all right. Demonic Brawler. I'm beyond excited for Metroid Prime 4. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Want to see that excitement go up. Switch After Dark said, just wanted to stop by and state I'll be giving Kirby Air Riders a shot.
But
okay. Let me like, that's very a shot.
Kind of like Switch 2 owners. Shit.
Anyways, second direct convinced me. Splatoon Raiders has me curious. I think Splatoon Raiders has a lot of people curious. Like we need to see that game. But it's probably not coming out till maybe spring, early summer next year. Fire Emblem games look slick. Still looks sick. Yeah,
really good.
Fortune Weave. The more you guys watch the trailer, just forget it's a Fire Emblem game and just watch the trailer. Just watch. Like there are moments in that trailer that you're like, okay, yeah, that's not. Yeah, we weren't getting shit like that on Switch 1. They're just those moments. Yeah, some of the gameplay, but oh yeah, that could be a Switch 1. Sure, it's still in development game. Like looks good. Looks really good. And obviously really not holding out hope for Yoshi. Yeah, Yoshi, good old Yosh. I think it'll be an okay game. I've enjoyed all of the other Yoshi games. I don't really know. Let's put it this way. I hate Princess Peach Showtime, and that's meant to be really easy and for kids. This is also meant to be easy and for kids, but yet I actually enjoy the Yoshi games. Maybe it's just a charm factor. Maybe it's nostalgia. Maybe it's because for once Yoshi's not being thrown down a pit. I don't know. But I still enjoy the games. Switch Up the Dark then said, talk about it did, Stash absolutely did. Here's hoping the mysterious book can match it. Difficulty. Yeah, it's not gonna be a hard game, but yeah. It would be nice. Then he's telling me to get this pizza ready. Me and him have a bet. I don't even remember what the bet is right now. I told him maybe I'll remember tomorrow. It's not a good night to ask me things from the past. But I know I haven't lost the bet yet because the thing we bet on, I know it can't have. Maybe it's Metroid Prime 4 sales or something. I can't remember. We bet on something. The bottom brawler. How about Dust Bloods? Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think once we see more, people will get hyped again. I know some of the hype. The last thing we got, was it's kind of a PvE thing, multiplayer thing, and people were like, "Oh man." Well, what I don't, I guess, and especially now, I actually understand some of that. Oh man, because they kind of made a similar game like that in Night Rain, and Night Rain did not review nearly as well as Elden Ring. And people did not enjoy it nearly as much. So you can kind of maybe understand even more so now why people might be concerned, because they're like, oh man, this won't be a Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Elden Ring. This might be more like just more Night Rain, which is just okay.
I played in the beta, for Night Rain, and I had it pre-ordered. I thought long and hard about it and how busy I'd be with Switch 2 as well. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to cancel this because I can't, with all the work I have to do and all the Switch 2 stuff, I can't buy this and hope that I end up liking it, because what I played of it, I didn't totally care for. And so I'm hoping too that Dust Bloods is not
like that.
I'm really hoping.
What we saw in the initial trailer looked incredible. But again, we need to see more of it. We need to have some confidence restored in this, because I'm super happy that this is here, and I'm hoping this goes more Bloodborne, Elden Ring way, where you have the multiplayer aspect, but they do it right. But it's scary because this company just did it kind of just okay the last crack they did at it. So, but
I do want to make one point. I think this is important to make regarding Dust Bloods versus Night Rain. Listen. The man who makes the magic, Miyazaki, responsible for the Dark Souls series, Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, he did not work on Night Rain. It's a FromSoft project, but it's on a Miyazaki game. Dust Bloods, unless I have my information wrong, from what I understand, Dust Bloods is actually a Miyazaki project. So take with that what you will, but it's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like how a different team at FromSoft made Dark Souls 2. It's the least liked Dark Souls. It's the one that Miyazaki and his close crew didn't work on, So I don't know. There might be a reason to be hopeful, even if you didn't care for Night Rain, is the point.
All right.
Good to hear.
New member here. My Fave Tech 365. Thank you so much. Tomorrow Roller. I remember Nintendo Selects. Indeed. You remember why they existed, though? Sales weren't great. So they had to bring in the discount games. It's almost like, there's a reason businesses do things. When you see like prices get lowered, it's because the business ain't making any fucking money off that game anymore. They need to try something to try to make some money. So, I mean, it's all built around making money. So if you want to know why a lot of Switch games haven't gone down, well, backwards compatibility with Switch 2, evergreen as fuck. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, a 2014 game. It is still sold over 1 million last quarter, and Switch 2 is out with Mario Kart World. The sequel game is out with a new platform, and we're still selling 1 million plus Mario Kart 8 every goddamn quarter. It's insane. Why would you lower prices? Like from a business sense, consumer wise, we want cheaper things, obviously. But from a business sense, like why would you lower price of things that sell millions every quarter? It just doesn't even make sense. So every company would love to not have to lower prices to get sales. Mr. Plucky 69, let's get new Nintendo games and IP on Switch 2. Hell yeah. It's coming. Let's get to a 69. Yeah, thank you so much. We did get there. And you need to be streaking. Well, I mean, you can streak anytime you want, buddy, in the privacy of your own home. Maybe you're a nudist beach, then it's just required. Anyways, Luigi's Mansion GameCube is still top notch. Yeah, I think a lot of people were reminded of that when it came out on NSO. Playing it again for the first time in a while, being like, dude, this game's peak. Damn right it is. The Money Brawler. Sony and Microsoft 5 years later, and there was a last gen version, Nintendo 5 months later. We are primarily focusing on moving over to Switch 2. I'll talk about the games, how long it's taken them to transition. Yeah, well, Nintendo's always believed that games sell platforms, and you can't have games sell platforms if they're still coming out on your old platform. Because it gives you less of a reason to upgrade. You know, you can look at Kirby Air Riders, thinking you can run on the Switch 1. And maybe it could. But in Nintendo's mind, it's, yeah, but we're trying to sell Switch 2s. Like, we have to have exclusive games to sell our system. That's how we roll. That's how Nintendo works. That's no longer how the other companies function. Although, PlayStation, I will say, a lot of their games are not like day and date with PC. So they do get a little timed exclusivity on PS5. So that does help. So even Sony, with their strategy of going multi-platform, even they still recognize there's still a value to console sales to keep games temporarily exclusive. Just pointing that out. That like even Sony recognizes there's still a value there, or they wouldn't do that. They would just be multi-plat day one with every game. They're not. Because they know there's some value. It just so happens Nintendo doesn't spend $400 million on a video game. So the sales they get on their platform, they're good with that. And it's kind of funny, too. We talk about all the greed with Nintendo. If they want to be greedy, you put your games on PC. You make so much more money on top of the sales on Switch. Dude, we rolling in it. Nintendo's like intentionally choosing not to make as much money as possible. So take that for what you will. Cooster, getting to the streak. Thank you so much. Free Metroid hat. If one of the question movies is Metroid, I will scream so much I won't be able to talk for days.
Yeah.
No, y'all be teasing me with those M&Ms. I mean, I have some myself, to be clear. Nintendo Goes Dark, Eternal Darkness live action. Oh, that would be so good.
That'd be rad.
I would love to see that. Some R-rated, better be R-rated. Dude, the way Eternal Darkness is, it's an M-rated game. You better be an R-rated movie. You better not be afraid to scare the fuck out of people. Oh, I love that shit.
That'd be the day.
Yeah, and that's like the perfect kind of game to put out as a movie for that kind of genre. It's perfect. Oh, man. It's got to get good writers. Free Metroid app. If when there is a Samus versus Ridley fight in a live action Metroid movie, I'll be freaking out so much in the theater. Someone will have to hold me down in my seat from standing and cheering. Wouldn't it be hilarious, man, if like you think you have to hold back, but everyone's standing and cheering? Right? You're just among your people, man. You're among your people. Oh. Especially if it's a good fight. Watch it. It is, but it's like terrible CGI. So you're like, oh my god, that's so. Wait, the fuck? Like a fucking.
Yeah, I hope Nintendo explores TV shows too. I really want to see them branch out into both. I think some of the IP is just going to work so well with movies. Others, you want those long storylines or ones that start off as movies and then maybe get series that continue from there.
There should be a Pikmin series on like Netflix. They don't talk, but it's like slapstick humor, like the Larva Show.
Like the Larva Show.
Where they also, I mean, maybe not quite as inappropriate as that show can get at times. Woo! Because it's Nintendo, they're not gonna. There's lots of fart jokes, guys, and stuff like that going on in there. That
I mean, they did have you collect nearly 1,000 turds.
They did
the wild just to reward you with a golden.
So, but I'm just saying that, like, I think something like that could do wonders. I mean, the rabbits did it, without talking.
Yeah,
I think you can find a way with Pikmin to do something like that. There's a number of I even think like Zelda could do good as a show as well. So
absolutely, dude. Even their super niche stuff. Like, imagine if Famicom Detective Club show.
That'd
That's
be
like
sick.
like murder mysteries and stuff
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
a
Who've done
murder
it?
mystery detective. Yeah, it'd be like
Yeah.
it'd be like a True Lives kind of thing.
Yeah. Yep. It'd be
Like
so rad.
exactly that kind of thing, except it's based around this franchise. Yeah, that'd be sick. All right. Then we got Demonic Brawler saying Thunderstash Gaming Nintendo has apps for days.
Dude,
because I was so high at that time, I was like apps, like appetizers for days. I'm like,
Hell yeah.
where the fuck is it?
Come on.
Where are they? Give me all the apps.
I mean, they
dude,
literally
I
do
love the
that
new app.
They do.
because
Yeah.
they have a calendar in the app. That's apps for days.
And literally, when we went to that little Nintendo behind closed door meeting, they had some appetizers for
They
days that they kept refilling to
They
eat.
did.
They made sure you left fed
Mm-hmm.
with sweets and goodies.
Yep.
Fatten you up a little bit. Uh-oh. That means you can't trust anything I say. Nintendo gave me a cookie.
Right. Couple bottles of water.
A couple bottles of water and a cookie. Yes.
Sorry, canned bottles of water.
They bought me off, guys. My paid shill.
Yeah.
It just took some cookies and water, baby. I'm cheap.
Yeah, I just drank coffee.
Cheap. We're
Didn't
cheap.
even use the cream.
Didn't need it.
No.
We saved that cream for later. Metroid. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that conversation on the road happened after that event. So
Yeah.
just saying, we might have saved the cream for later. Can you guys make a Nintenbyte branded milk to go with the pint glass? I need that.
Yes.
I don't know if I can get any company to let me rebrand their milk. I wonder how much that would be.
That would be
Just
awesome.
like, hey, can I rebrand just a couple gallons of your milk? We have fans that really want it.
Yep.
I would buy so many gallons of it.
I just buy like a custom glass milk jug jar, and then I just buy milk and pour it in and try to ship it out. If it arrives spoiled, I'm so sorry, sir.
You're right.
Or maybe I just like sell the bottle, include like a voucher for like get one free milk at your local gas station or something. Anyways, generic Rust. The sales for Nintendo at the moment are insane. Some big AAA games struggle to even hit 2 million. True.
Mhm.
True. A lot of studio closures are only selling 2 million copies of a big AAA game.
Mhm.
They lost a lot of money. Window 7 starting Black Friday. How hard do you think it'll be to find a Switch 2? How fast would it sell out on Amazon on Cyber Monday? I've been of mind, like I'm not even sure if there's going to be complete sellouts. I think certain websites might run out. Your local retailers could certainly run out, but I think the restocks will be swift. You gotta look at how they handled launch. Launch is literally that 3-day period is probably higher demand than any 3D period coming up. And they were able to have people still walk in at midnight, day one, buy a console that did not have a pre-order. And yeah, I'm not saying they didn't sell out there for a little bit. There was about a 24-hour period where like pretty much no stores had it. And those, out of stock signs were coming out. But, they got resolved fairly quickly within a week or so. Things were kind of showing regularly back on shelves. And then within 2 weeks, it was back up online. So, yeah, I think there'll be a period. I can see on Black Friday, it might sell out. On
the bundles.
The bundles especially, yeah.
Yeah.
The ZA bundles, the Mario Kart bundles, I think those will all be gone on those 2 days. But you still might be able to find, especially at local retail, you might be able to find some running around. I think online for sure is going to sell out both times. But and even if it doesn't, I don't even take it as a bad sign because Nintendo literally said we're trying to make it so nobody has to wait. Like, so you don't have to worry about a sellout. We have units, no scalping, no worry about. We got you. So they're already trying really hard to put as many systems out there as they can. So yeah, I'm more worried about regions like Japan, where they just can't seem still to reach full satiation and hit the demand there. And we're now entering the holiday period, and they still haven't kept up. And it feels weird because of how many units are on our shelves. But Nintendo has a plan with their allocations. All of our units come from one territory. This one territory makes Every unit they make comes here through the tariffs. So Nintendo gets all their Japanese units from China. But also they have to region lock them all. So that might also be a bottleneck in the process. So yeah, it's interesting. All right. Next up, Reaper. Why spend an hour talking about internet trolls? You are feeding into what they want. For starters, we have conversations like this behind the scenes anyways. That's number one. Number two, it's fun. Having the conversation itself can be fun. We got moments like this because of that conversation. It's fun. It's just fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stash even mentioned it. Once in a while, he doesn't really look into it. He kind of ignores all of it. But every now and then when he sees us like post a screenshot or something of it in our group chat, dude, he's just laughing his ass. It's entertaining. Like there's some entertainment value to some of it. So
it's amusing.
Yeah. Someday it won't get any attention. But right now, why not enjoy it? Enjoy it while it's here. Joke Pal for $5 says toxic positivity means an environment where people are forced to be positive, even when lying. Yep. Criticism and feedback not allowed. Concord devs have this. Yeah, it's very. People don't understand the definition of words, and they come after me like, well, you know what I meant. I'm like, okay, I could maybe infer what you mean, but you're using the wrong terminology, and it really bothers me when people do that.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, inconceivable. Like you just use the wrong terminology. It's like, dude, no one's forced to be positive out here. Yeah, sometimes that's just their genuine feeling. And if that's their genuine feeling, then it's not toxic positivity.
Yeah.
Toxic both toxic negativity and toxic positivity require someone to not be genuine in some way. But if that's how they genuinely feel, even if it's negative, then that doesn't fit the definition. They just have an opinion you don't like.
I'm surprised I didn't get anything out of Stash with that one. With my inconceivable comment.
Oh.
That word. I don't think it means what you think it does.
Oh, love that movie. Jorge, I heard that Nintendo usually wants to have a series like Xenoblade and Metroid still be developed, even if they do not respectively make profit, as they want to diversify their lineup. Is this correct? Well, we don't know why Nintendo makes their business decisions. They've talked about a little bit in some of their interviews. Nothing quite as definitive as that. That's like a fan takeaway, not necessarily an explicitly stated thing. But Nintendo has hinted that some franchises are more profitable than others, which allows them to take more risks. And yeah, they do believe in variety because they want to appeal to a wider mass of people. So they do view, like, let's say Xenoblade 2, let's say I don't know if it did, but let's say it lost money for them somehow, Xenoblade 2. They might not care because it might have created some more adult fans that came on, and then they might have went them on to buy other things down the line that made them more money in other ways. They kind of view it all as additive, so long as everything's going well. Obviously, it's not additive if it's like the Wii U and it doesn't matter what you put out, it's not really selling. But they hadn't had that problem on Switch. So yeah, you got to remember, Nintendo's development strategies are just so different, and it's so hard for them not to be profitable. Like Xenoblade 2 was probably profitable. Like there wasn't a high budget. These budgets that Monolith Soft get aren't crazy high. The reports that are out there right now is like Metroid Prime 4 might be the most expensive game they've ever made. We're talking about a game that's just 100 million plus. The next one would be Tears of the Kingdom. And they're not getting, Xenoblade's not getting that kind of budget. So it also just goes to show the incredible talent. And again, the way Nintendo develops games differently. Less than a 2% turnover rate with their developers. That's like unheard of. They keep their talent. They keep the teams together. God, there was a story I heard recently, the Final Fantasy one. He was so happy he got to keep the teams together to make all three versions, and he felt like that has led to the consistency and the quality in the Final Fantasy VII stuff and how rare that is in the industry. And I'm like, dude, that's every Nintendo development team. Every single one of them. They've been working together for decades.
Yep.
When they bring new talent in, that's fine. They come in through the bottom and they learn while the great talent's there. And by the time the great talent might move on or retire, now you're part of that team and you've been part of it for years. Like Nintendo has a very good way of building their teams, and I wish the rest of the industry would learn, because then you need less employees, but you need less employees not because you're using AI. You need less employees because you didn't get rid of your talent that knows how to work together, work as a team. You know, it's like watching sports. You can tell when you watch sports what teams are working together and what teams are not.
Yep, same thing.
Same thing with these video game companies. You keep hodgepodging temp employees together and just expect them to have chemistry and flow, and this programmer jives with this programmer who jives with this designer, and it doesn't work that way because they've never worked together. And if they have, maybe it was on one project briefly at some other company 10 years ago, and they've done all this stuff in between. So, you know, I'm happy, by the way, for the Final Fantasy VII devs, and I hope that they keep that team together to continue to make great stuff, whether it's that mystery fourth game or DLC they talked about, or whatever they decide to do next, because that team clearly has it. And that it is what basically every Nintendo development team has. So, but that also keeps the budgets down because they know how to work together. Taker 610. Thought Eric was going to say Switch 2 owners are shitting themselves over already record-breaking sales.
Close enough.
You'll be getting yours soon. Nice, man. Reaper thought he fell asleep. He was just looking down at his phone. It's all about the angle, like the camera angle. His camera's lower and not angled down to him. So
it's always about Kurt.
It's always about Kurt Angle. That's right. That's right. Don't forget him.
Yes.
Olympic champion, WWE champion. I can't remember how many times champion, but anyways. And then Reaper here was saying, as nice as Stash Collection is, I could never imagine moving it if I had all of that. That's one reason you do digital.
I mean, yeah.
Dude, it was so hard being young and moving all the time. Like, you know, once you turn 18, I had my first apartment before graduating high school, like right before. Was there for probably 6 months. From like that point to a certain age, it felt like I moved 10 or 15 times. And it sucked. But to like keep everything secure, dude, that was not fun. Like trying to make sure all your collection stays pristine at that age. Like when you're broke also. It was not fun. Yeah, so to think about moving this ever just made me like so much more tired right now. The idea of it, I'm like, oh my God, that'd be awful.
Well, good thing you live on a castle on the side of a mountain. Who needs to move?
Yeah, that's the hope.
Just expand, build out the empire. Anyways. All right. Well, that's all the super chats we got. So thank you guys so much for all that support to all of our various channels. We do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and go around the room. Tell people what we got going on, where they can find us. Obviously, remind you guys, HMK and N64 Josh were here earlier. You can go down to the description, click on their links, subscribe to their channels, all that jazz. Gamebird.
You guys know where to find me here on Gamebird Classic on YouTube. Flappity flap flaps. And over on Twitter at @the_Birdmaster, getting down on some Switch 2 games right now, having a blast. So excited to jump into Hyrule Warriors. Got a number of videos planned out. Started filming one. I've got a bunch outlined, but you'll see it when you see it. I don't want to make any empty promises, so just stay tuned. Stuff's coming. Some goodies.
Caw. Thunderstash.
Okay, so I have a new screen that I reviewed, and I'm not talking about the video I just put out. So that's a 130-inch ambient light rejecting motorized projector screen.
Some high-end shit.
Yeah, dude, it's badass. That's what I'm using to play and review all my games on, which is really nice. And I just put out a video for that, so check that out. But no, this is a portable monitor. And YouPerfect sent it to me to review. They had sent me the OLED one that I reviewed with the Switch 2. So I also tested this one with Switch 2 and PS5. What's different is the one I reviewed before was OLED. This one is QLED, 144 hertz. So I was able to play. And it's 4K. The other one was 2K. So this is 4K, 144 hertz QLED. And I tested out Ninja Gaiden 4 on PS5 in the 120 FPS mode. Badass, looks amazing. It's in the video. Tested out a few games that took advantage of the higher hertz rate. So yeah, that's tomorrow. I got two Figgies videos coming out with some very classic IPs. Game Bird, definitely an IP. I mean, we all know these IPs, but
yep.
Yeah, some good stuff. And then, so for game reviews, God, there's so much. First off, I'm just like, I got all the videos done and edited. So the ones, those videos, the 3, I got the 2 Figgies, and the other ones, they're already done, edit it, and upload it to YouTube and scheduled. So
nice.
Yeah, which frees me up for tomorrow. You know, Hyrule Warriors be going to Best Buy. When we go to the gym in the morning, and go to Best Buy, be right there when they open and grab that. But man, I got so many games, dude, like to play for a review. I just got a review code for Atelier, the Atelier Revisa Secret Trilogy on Switch 2, the DX games. I've never played them. Have you guys played these? I even told them I haven't played them before. So, but I've always been interested in trying those. I have a long list of games though. The only good thing is I have a lot of the thumbnails done. So now it's just playing them, writing the reviews, and getting them done. I don't even want to tell you guys where I'm going. I'm looking at the list and I'm just like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to navigate this one? I don't know. I try not to think about it. Just like one thing at a time. You know, like don't think about the numbers. Don't think about everything else. Just one thing at a time. Knock it out. Keep going. That's how you can do.
Yeah.
So that's what I got going on. Oh, and you guys know where to find me. Thunderstash Gaming.
There it is.
Eric. Yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel.
Hell yeah. I'm Nintendo Prime. You can find me, well, anywhere that Nintendo Prime and or Ninty Prime is located. Our audio version of the podcast, guys. Appreciate if you guys would go and give it a watch or at least a review. If you already enjoy the video version, then give the audio version good reviews so we can spread it to more people who only like the audio. So that'd be good. We are on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and I think like 4 other places. iHeartRadio, I think, is one and some other one. But most of our reviews come from Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Which isn't surprising. Those are the 2 biggest podcast platforms out there. That said, guys, I really appreciate you guys being here. We got a special one next week. We have, what is it? Sky Sword Alyssa coming on, The Geek Apprentice, and Joy CJ. We got a 3-pack, the Triforce of Ladies, coming on because of Zelda. It's our impressions video on Age of Imprisonment impressions show. So expect some chat. Obviously, we'll have to decide ahead of time where the cutoff on any sort of spoiler content we're going to talk about it is, because we got to have a cutoff at some point.
You're right.
No matter how excited we get about it, you know, because I know that's going to be a big thing to talk about story, but like we got to have some point where we're not going to go past a certain point. So we can decide that all before the show. That said, it's going to be an exciting show talking about Zelda. And obviously other stuff as well, whatever the hell happens between now and then. Like we knew the financial report was coming up, so we knew that would be a topic this week. We didn't know what exactly Nintendo would add to it besides this. We obviously didn't know what the numbers were exactly. We knew the numbers were good, though. North of 9 million. We've known that. Polygon Network on top of that. You didn't know what the exact sales were after August 25th. So that last week of August plus September sold like 1.4 million units, which is insane. It's just an insane. Like they're just stupidly consistent with their sales. Yeah. And then that's it. That's all I got. I live stream all the time. You guys can check that out as well if you want. And we'll get you next week with all the Zelda ladies on. Peace out, everyone.
Good night.